Good evening. The July 12th meeting of the Evanston City Council is called to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin?
Here.
Councilmember Ravel?
Here.
Councilmember Reed?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Kelly?
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Here.
Councilmember Newsma?
Here.
And Councilmember Braithwaite is not here today. Councilmember Burns?
Here.
Great. With 8 members present, we have a quorum. I would entertain a motion to suspend the rules allowing for remote participation.
I move suspension of the rules to allow remote participation in accordance with the governor's COVID-19 emergency declaration.
Second.
Councilmember Reed moves suspension of the rules to allow for remote participation. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Would the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
On an 8-0 vote, the rules are suspended to allow for remote participation. Before we proceed, one item of housekeeping. There is a large sign that's been posted in the back of the room. That sign is not in compliance with our council rules. As an editorial matter, I would personally be supportive of an amendment to that rule. I think it's a little draconian, but I would say that I'm perfectly content to allow this sign to stay up to today, but we've had, I think, really constructive discussion at recent meetings of the Rules Committee about the importance of everybody complying with the rules. And so going forward after this one time, I'll be continuing to enforce the rules as they are on the books regarding signs and everything else. Did you have something, Councilmember?
I was actually going to follow the rules and move suspension of the rule to allow for it. But we can go ahead with what you did. Silence is consent.
Excellent. Thank you for that. The first item of our agenda is a public hearing on the proposed 5/5 TIF. So I call this public hearing for the proposed 5/5 tax increment finance district to order. The proposed redevelopment plan and project to be presented by economic development staff and our consultants Kane McKenna defines a plan to assist a strategically important area of our city in overcoming a number of redevelopment barriers. The proposed 5/5 TIP district will serve the 5th Ward and is generally bound by the Canal and Leonard Place to the north, Dewey to the west, Emerson to the south, and Bridge to the east. The purpose of this public hearing is to hear from any interested person or affected taxing district regarding the proposed plan, the designation of the TIF district, and the adoption of TIF financing. The City Council shall hear all comments from the public at the hearing. Any interested person or affected taxing district may file written comments and or be heard orally with respect to the hearing notice. So I would like to begin by calling Bob Richlicki of Kane McKenna to provide additional detail about the public notice and conformance to the Illinois TIF Act.
Thank you. Bob Richlicki with Kane McKenna, and we're pleased to be here again. We've worked with the city on 7 of its last TIFs, and I think I'm going to ask my colleague Nina Coppola to prepare or go over an overview that we prepared regarding the plan. And this same overview was reviewed with the Joint Review Board, which consisted of the affected taxing districts several weeks ago. And if I may ask Paul Zelmazak, is it possible to do a screen share? Paul, as
I'll do that.
This presentation?
Yes, I'll do that now. Thank you. The presentation's up, Bob.
Okay, thanks. If you could just click, Paul, to have those, the text items show up right. I think you just have to continue clicking until they all show up. Thank you. Nina, are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's do the overview. Thank you. Again, Nina
Yeah.
Coppola, also from Kane McKenna.
So again, this is a public hearing to get public input on the proposed 5/5 tax increment finance district. This is part of a series of public presentations that we've had. This presentation is going to be divided into 3 parts. We'll give a little background on the Tiff district. We'll explain about the factors that qualify the area for inclusion as a TIF district, and then we'll go over some key elements of the plan. In terms of background, the TIF area is located in the north central portion of Evanston. It's historically been the home to Evanston's African American business and residential community since the late 1800s. The area is characterized by several commercial corridors, including Church Street, Emerson Street, Simpson Street, and Green Bay Road, as well as residential neighborhoods composed of single-family homes, 2 flats, and apartment buildings occupied by lower and middle income householders. Following that, in terms of why this area is important to the city is landlocked and has very limited opportunities for new development on vacant land. So the city continues to focus its attention on areas that can be redeveloped to enhance the local tax base and provide revenues to the community. Again, like I said, this area has historically been the center of African American commerce and the home of Evanston's African American residents. The RPA has often been overlooked by market-driven new development. The city's comprehensive plan provides for development within low and moderate income neighborhoods, especially Evanston's west side, as a priority for public and private investment to enhance the investments of current residents. So the proposition of this TIF is based partly on that stated objective in the city's comprehensive plan. You'll see the boundaries on this map. Everything in red is an outline of the proposed TIF district. The reason for the green area being omitted is that's already an existing TIF district, so parts of this district will abut that other TIF district. This is a map of the proposed land uses for the TIF district. You can see that it's got commercial, residential, open space, institutional, as well as other proposed uses. As I said earlier, this public hearing is part of a series of steps that we have to go through and the city has to go through as part of complying with the statutory requirements of the state's TIF Act. So it's quite a lengthy adoption process. You can see that we've been through a lot of it since March 22nd, when the City Council first adopted the public meeting resolution. That was a resolution that set the table for establishing a public meeting to hear from local residents and taxing districts. Subsequent to that, that same week, the city published a notice in the newspaper letting people know that if anybody was interested in this, they could register with the city to maintain a flow of information to them regarding this entire process. On March 23rd, notices of the public meeting were sent to all the residential addresses within the proposed TIF, as well as to any parties that had registered as interested parties pursuant to that notice of March 22nd, as well as to taxing districts. On April 15th, the city held a public meeting. On April 29th, the redevelopment plan was put on file with the city clerk and also put on the city's website for public inspection so that anybody who wanted to take a look at that. It was available to them to do that. On May 10th, then, the City Council adopted another resolution setting a JRB meeting, a Joint Review Board meeting, and a public hearing. The Joint Review Board meeting is a board comprised of representatives from the various taxing districts who have taxing jurisdiction within the proposed TIF. And then a public hearing a resolution was also adopted on May 10th, and that public hearing is where we are at this evening. On May 11th, the notice of public hearing was also sent to residential addresses within 750 feet outside of the proposed TIF district to give those who live within close proximity of the proposed boundaries an opportunity to have input. And that was also sent to taxing districts. The Joint Review Board meeting was held on June 1st. It was held on June 3rd. A physical notice of the Joint Review Board meeting was posted at City Hall 48 hours prior to that. So on June 3rd, the taxing districts all got together and had a meeting and reviewed whether or not this proposed TIF district met the requirements of the state statutory guidelines regarding qualification, and they voted unanimously that it did and to recommend approval. That recommendation gets forwarded to the City Council. And then the week of June 21st, not too long ago, the city published notice of public hearing twice in a local newspaper to let people know, as another means of letting people know that this public hearing was occurring tonight. And then on June 28th, the notice of this public hearing was also sent to all the taxpayers within the TIF district and all the residential addresses within the TIF district. So tonight is the next step in this series of dates that you see here on this slide.
Ms. Coppola,
Yes.
it's Paul Zelmazak.
Yeah.
Our agenda indicates that there was a report of the Joint Review Board. Do we need to address that now on the mayor's agenda, or do we continue with this part of your presentation?
We can continue and then go back to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. This next slide is just to give a little background. It's a little bit of a success story as to some of the previous TIFs that the city has implemented and have actually closed, terminated because they've expired. There were 4 TIFs on this slide: TIF 1, TIF 2, TIF 3, TIF 4. You can see that the oldest one was terminated in 2009 at the bottom there, and then going up, Washington National TIF 4 was terminated in 2018. The next column, cumulative incremental tax revenues, explains the amount of tax revenues that were generated by the establishment of each of these TIFs over their 23-year term. And you can see that some of these are quite substantial. The base equalized assessed value and the final equalized assessed value gives you a sense of the amount of real estate value that grew between the time the TIF was first established and then 23 years later. So that last column is the net growth from when the TIF was established to the time that it was terminated. And you can see that the EAV growth was in the multi-millions. Paul, I don't know if you want to explain the next slides. These are just some visual images of some of the results of the tax increment financing projects that have taken place.
Right. So Nina, on the agenda, that was planned for item 5. So if we can take care of mayor's items 3 and 4, then I'll take on the next step in item 5, if that works for you. So I'm going to stop the share for a moment and hand it back to Mayor Biss.
Thank you.
Item number 3.
Thank you for that. I would like to invite Paul Zelmazak as chair of the 5/5 TIF Joint Review Board to provide the report of the Joint Review Board meeting held on June 3rd, 2021.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. pleasure to be with you all this evening, including members of the council and Clerk Mendoza. I hope to be in person next time. I wanted to just, for item number 3, the Joint Review Board, as Ms. Coppola mentioned, had met on June 3rd and unanimously passed this recommendation to move forward to the public hearing. That's really the extent of the report. In attendance were District 202, 65, and Cook County. I do not recall if Oakton Community College was present. I'd like to know from our consultants if that were the case. We also had a robust discussion with the public. We had good attendance from the public, including our public member, who was also supportive. So that is essentially the report. In December, when the JRB meets to review the annual reports, we'll have the minutes posted from this particular JRB meeting. So that's the end of my report for item number 3 on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Next, introduction of written comments. Clerk Mendoza, are there any written comments from the public to be submitted to the City Council?
No.
Thank you. Now we come to item 5 on the agenda, TIF overview and summary of the TIF plan, that I think there was an allusion to some of the content from item 2 borrowing from this section. So I want to invite Paul Zelmazak from our, now wearing his hat, from the person representing our Economic Development Division to provide an overview of the proposed 5/5 TIF district. Paul?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please let me know if you do see about 5 images, including one of Hecky's.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So what I wanted to share here is some guiding imagery, kind of why staff and kind of the previous leadership and members of the community at the time we kind of put this together. Just thinking about what we've experienced as a community, as a nation, really for a long time, but really sparked by the energy of what I'll call the 2020 civil rights movement last summer, coinciding with the pandemic and just highlighting the needs of our community. Really highlighting here the Black church, the murals we have in our community representing our Black community members, the Black Business Consortium, which is a group that the city supports with a small annual contribution, but it represents kind of a borderless Black-led business community. The point here is that we're really using this proposed tax increment finance district in a way that I would argue definitely hasn't been focused in Evanston, but I would argue even in the entire Chicago area. Earlier, Ms. Coppola showed you a map. I could go back to that just briefly because I want to highlight a couple of things. I'm going to use let's go with this one. Sorry to make you dizzy. So the red boundary is generally the boundary we're talking about. It does include the Civic Center site. The Civic Center site is one very large parcel that includes Ingram Park. I will stress that Ingram Park will not be included in any conversation about TIF development, and I'll talk to you about that shortly. It goes south to the former National Towel site. I'll explain that in a moment. Includes several of the business districts, including the Emerson Asbury location, Simpson, Ashland, and then this Green Bay Road corridor as well. And also notice it includes what we call as the Hill Arts District, Fleetwood Jourdain, family focused, and residential properties. And let me get up to the current slide. So, for example, what I want to highlight in this slide is an opportunity. This is an opportunity that's in the existing TIF, By drawing the boundary to abut the existing TIF, it gives us an opportunity to perhaps finally fund some of the affordable housing redevelopment initiatives that really have been outlined going as far back as the 2006 West Side Plan. But this is this vacant piece here, this kind of crescent shape is the vacant Mayfair right-of-way. It used to be a rail line. And there's some opportunities here for infill development, and there's also opportunity along Green Bay Road for some infill development. Pointing out the business districts I had mentioned previously, you've got the Green Bay Road, Emerson, Asbury kind of corridor, as well as the Dewey and Simpson corridor. Pointing out a couple of potential public infrastructure projects, including Fleetwood Jourdain. Are there opportunities to expand it or improve it? These are all things that the community will inform us of. Is there a need for this? But by including it in the district, it will allow us to fund future development and really focused development or renovation. The theme you'll see throughout this TIP is it's really about renovation. It's not really about redevelopment. Again, here is Foster Field. This is a well-utilized field. Could we improve it? Possibly. It just really depends on what the community wants. What or how can we help make this particular facility something? I'm pointing out family focus. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but the former Foster School building, it's in need of renovation. Could this be, I'm imagining, could it be a future preschool, or could we just keep it as is, as kind of a nonprofit incubator of sorts? Can we help improve the theater in the space? Again, there's so much public input required to determine how this funding could be spent, if it does as well as we predict it will. And this is why we include these parcels. Also included is the Civic Center. There is a conversation started amongst the City Council, at least under the previous council, and staff is working on a number of initiatives. Let me go back. I got trigger finger there. To work with a consultant to kind of better understand what the potential of this property is. And if we assume that over the next 23 years, something will happen to this property, I'm not saying it'll happen tomorrow or the day that this TIF is hopefully approved. But if we imagine that over the next 23 years, that's what's 5 or 5.5 city councils, that somebody will make a decision to proceed in some way with this building. And if it goes private sector, the amount of equalized assessed value that this property could create could really help fund the renovations and redevelopment west of Green Bay Road, which is really what the focus of this TIF is. Again, I want to stress that Ingram Park is not ever going to be planned, let me say it this way. Staff is never going to recommend redeveloping Ingram Park with residential. It appears in a previous map because it's a very large parcel. This entire screen right here is one parcel. So when we highlighted the map for inclusion into the boundary, it just included everything on this picture. But what we're talking about, and we're going to make sure to focus on this in the final plan, is to not include Ingram Park or the new this new garden at Leonard Place and Ridge. Those would not be developable. We're talking about the rest of the site. I think this is where I'm going to transfer back to my colleagues at Kane McKenna.
Okay, so the next part 2 of the slide presentation talks about the qualification factors. What is it about the area that qualifies this to potentially be a TIF district under the state statute? There are several criteria that we have to consider. First is that the area has to contain at least 1.5 acres we have well more than that with 280 contiguous tax parcels. The plan also has to conform with the city's comprehensive plan so that the contents of the Tif plan have to be consistent with the objectives of the comprehensive plan. As I pointed out earlier, that is the case. Without the development, focus and resources provided for under the Act, growth and development wouldn't be reasonably expected to be achieved. Without a TIF redevelopment plan, the plan is intended to provide systematic and coordinated approach to improving the proposed TIF district. Kay McKenna found that the area qualifies as a conservation area based on the finding that at least 3 of the 13 factors that are set forth in the TIF Act are present. And as I'll show later, we found 5 factors that the area complied with. One of the ways to qualify an area for as a conservation area is at least 50% of the buildings have to be 35 years or older. And in this case, we have 84% of the buildings that are 35 years or older. Finally, the eligibility factors are consistent with the proposed redevelopment activities contained in the redevelopment plan as well as in the city's comprehensive plan. So going back to the 13 qualifying factors under the state statute, here's a list of the 13 that are in the TIF Act. The ones that are highlighted in bold are the qualifying factors that Kay McKenna found in this particular TIF district: obsolescence, deterioration, inadequate utilities, excessive lot coverage, lack of community planning, and lag in EAV. The lag in EAV is worth mentioning that that's based on a history of looking at 5 years of EAV. With the 2020 EAVs just coming out, it appears that based on the percentage increase of EAV from 2019 to 2020, this qualifying factor is probably going to drop off. So we will still have the others. This next section of the presentation talks about the key elements of the TIF plan. The main goals and objectives of this particular redevelopment plan are affordable housing, housing repairs, infrastructure, public improvements, park improvements, improvements of the sorts of facilities that Paul pointed out earlier, Fleetwood, Jourdain, Family Focus, as well as improvements to the business district areas. The plan contains proposed land uses, in this case, commercial, light industrial, residential, mixed use, institutional and recreational uses. The plan also contains a budget. You can see the budget number is $89,250,000. It's important to keep in mind that that budget number is intended to cover the entire 23 years of the TIF. So that's intended to cover any activities that could be implemented over those 23 years. The Act requires that budget amount cannot change. However, various line items within the budget can change. The only way to change the total budget is to have an amendment process to amend the plan to accommodate an amended budget. And as noted in this slide too, that the budget number it doesn't necessarily mean the city has to spend all of that. Also included in the TIF plan, the base EAV, which is the EAV as of the 2019 tax year. The base EAV was about $34.5 million. We're in the process of updating that to reflect 2020 EAVs, which are just about to come out, and we will do that. Based on some assumptions about what potential redevelopment or improvement activities could be undertaken over those 23 years, we're estimating that EAV could increase by as much as $85 million to $100 million. This next slide shows you what the budget consists of. You can see that there's land costs, demolition and site preparation costs, public improvements and infrastructure improvements, public facilities improvements, construction and relocation of public buildings, rehabilitation costs, interest costs, planning, legal, other professional fees, job training, as well as any payments that would need to be made to the schools pursuant to the state statute. There is a whole host of additional activities that would be implemented under the plan, but would be subject to further consideration by the public. This is a partial list of what those things are. So you can see, for example, any use of public funds to purchase property would require public review. Any expenditure of TIF funds in excess of $25,000, any rehab or construction of public buildings, any consideration of a redevelopment agreement with any private party to develop or redevelop any particular property, any infrastructure improvements, any significant changes to the Tif Plan requiring an amendment has to be done through an amendment process, which involves public participation. Any zoning entitlements within the TIF would be subject to the normal zoning and entitlement requirements by the city, which includes public participation, and then annual reporting and audits that are required to be presented to taxing districts, including the Joint Review Board, which will look at that annually.
Nina, if I may, I really want to stress this slide to council members, just to point out, really the TIF is a financial tool. It's not a redevelopment or zoning tool, and any attempt to use the funding will require city council approval, just like any other project or any other funding that staff recommends. So if there's concerns about staff recommending a TIF to redevelop something, there are a clear set of checks that the city council that the staff would have to go through. So there's no eminent domain. There's if the city were to try to acquire a property, we would have to notice it. We would have to get your approval to do that. It's just not even part of the plan. But we really want to stress that the city's processes are in full effect, and that the TIF itself is it's a funding source. And Nina, if you wouldn't mind silencing your mobile phone, I think we've been hearing text messages. Okay, so there's one. I'm sorry there's only one slide left, so I wish I would have waited, but I'll just finish it for you. I'll finish it for you. So tonight we're going to hear some public input. I would assume. I haven't seen the public hearing public speakers list, but I assume there are people that want to speak tonight. And I assume also that there will be additional public meetings. I know that because I've spoken with Councilmember Burns, but I'm sure there'll be others. We will come back when the council is ready to review the ordinances required to establish the tax increment finance district. We'd like to do that sometime this fall so we can get this implemented before the next tax year starts. That will set the base and we can start generating increment to be invested in the community. We can only do that 14 to 90 days after this public hearing. So like I said, there is no intention to rush this to the next council meeting in 14 days. We have plenty of time built in so we can have more public input and process. And then once they're approved, they're filed with the county clerk. And that is the end, Mr. Mayor, of I think that was item 5 on the agenda this evening. And I think item 6 is public comment.
Thank you very much.
Discussion.
Thank you, Paul. That was, in fact, item 5. So item 6 comes in 2 parts. And I want to begin by soliciting any questions from council members. We'll begin with council member Nusma, followed by Fleming, and then Reed.
Mr. Zamolzek, you alluded to this earlier about Ingram Park not being included in the TIF. Does that mean that prior to this becoming official, we will have to divide the parcel, go through that process so it can explicitly be excluded? Or is there some other mechanism that we can preserve that parkland?
Sure. I'm a little concerned about cost of going through that process, but if we really want to assure current residents and future council members, I would likely recommend that we consider doing that. I don't have an estimate right now as how much that would cost. We would have to do a land survey, legal description, several $1,000s. It's not an outrageous expense. I think that would give the community certainty that that we would not, that would separate the parcel identification numbers and leave the park intact. I would take that, help me out, city manager or council, on the legal ramifications, or if there needs to be a referral to do that, but I'll gladly begin that process. Again, just to answer, just to kind of highlight what you're saying so individuals in the community understand, we have one large parcel that includes the Civic Center, the parking lot, and the parks. We have no intention on recommending redevelopment of the park. There would be no public support for that. We're really talking about how we capture value from potential renovation or redevelopment of the Civic Center site.
Yeah, I probably have 150 questions, many of which my colleagues will share. So I'll hold for now.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I will just have a couple. So I would just first of all say that the concern with me with TIFs, and not just this TIFs in general, maybe other people as well, is we've seen how they've not been used to benefit the people in the community. And I think, if we just think of historical context of African Americans in many communities and urban renewal and all the things that have happened in those communities, I think TIFs kind of bring up some of that, right? So even for me, when I think about all the things, even this previous council talked about regarding reparations and houses being moved and all those things, I think it's just hard to separate that historical fact from TIFs. And in reading this, reading the actual report, and maybe some of this is just what they have to put in every report, but things about, there's lots in here about land assembly and demolishing, and I'm trying to look at the language. There's just lots in here that bring up those kind of fears for people, whether they're in the Black community or not. I will just say that, I know that we have had successful TIFs here in Evanston. I wasn't necessarily here to start all of those, but I am concerned when we start talking about things like beautification and landscaping and so on and so forth, which are things that are definitely needed, but in my mind, things we should just be doing in the community because people are taxpayers, and they should have beautiful streets and identification markers and lighting and all those things. Now, hearing you in the presentation talk about rehabilitation of property is more encouraging, because that wasn't really fleshed out in the report as much. It was much more about private development and new buildings and things like that. But I'm much more concerned with helping people who already live there to stay in their homes or remodel their homes or purchase homes or whatever those things are, versus kind of any benefit for a private developer to come in and do new things in the community. Because I think for me, that would just add to people's concerns around they've lived there a long time and we've not made the investments we've made in their area as we've made in other parts of the city. I would just say also pointing out some other, I don't want to say red flags, but some other things that concern me just in the report were the mention of, lots of mentions, which you did as well, about the Civic Center. As you've mentioned, we have not had a conversation as this council, obviously, and even the last council, I forgot what the topic was, but pretty late into the end of the last council, there was some conversation about the Civic Center, maybe it was repairs or something, and we all made a pretty clear commitment to the citizens that we would do nothing until we had conversations about it. And so while this TIF is not, moving us closer to selling or whatever we would be doing at the Civic Center, I think it just adds to some public concern that we would be selling the Civic Center, and we have not had a conversation about it. So I appreciate you, Paul, trying to make that really clear, but it just is a little bit hard when documents kind of say or mention one thing, and then, we kind of do another thing. I think another part I was a little bit disappointed for was, I would just say, somebody wrote in this document about it being culturally sensitive. I did not, there were some things in there that were not so culturally sensitive to me. So there was language in here about welfare to work, which I don't think we've used since the 90s in this country. So that was a little bit off-putting, but also when I look at the numbers, we talk about using $1 million for job training, which I appreciate. We do have some job training in there, but I would have loved to see that number a little bit higher, because I look at public facility improvement being $24 million. And when I think of the public facilities that are actually captured within the TIF, I think the biggest one is the Civic Center. So again, it's, if I read this kind of with a skeptical eye, it makes it feel like we're doing this to put a lot of money into either improving or doing something another around the Civic Center, which we haven't made a commitment to. But the money for rehabilitation costs is $9 million, and the money for job training is only $1 million. And so it just, I want to love it, but it reads a little bit upside down to me. It reads a little bit more favorable to buildings and private developers and things like that, versus the people who actually are living in the community or want to live in the community, and how we can help them to do that. And I don't know that that's necessarily the sole goal of a TIF, but it would be nice. I would love to support this if we could do more to communicate that this was actually going to be a tool to help people in the community or people who want to move to the community, versus helping us figure out either what to do with the Civic Center or, bringing developers in to kind of cobble together this land acquisition and assembly and all those kind of things. So, I think I'm assuming we're going to have more conversations about it, but those are kind of some concerns that I had in reading the report produced by McKenna.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead.
my apologies. Councilmember Fleming, thank you for highlighting your concerns. I just want to stress that there's hopefully plenty of opportunity to adjust that budget to reflect what you had just said, and it's not fixed. We can based on additional community input. Like I said at the beginning, we still have more to go. We have to start somewhere, so I appreciate that feedback. I did want to point out that one of the priority goals in my slide presentation kind of duplicated a public improvement piece and did not include workforce. I think the mayor has heard me speak many times since his election, and it's really, and you'll hear this at the next Economic Development Committee, but workforce development really should be our number one priority right now. And it's the number one thing that we need to focus on. So, we can make some adjustments to the budget. That's easy to do. And is it fair? I don't want to prolong the public hearing, but is it fair to ask the consultants why language like welfare to work and other things appear in the plan? Because I think, I'll preface it, there's a lot of standard language at the state level that ends up appearing in these documents.
And that's right.
frustrating from a staff perspective when I'm trying to work on local projects and I'm using language that doesn't necessarily reflect our community. But I'll ask Mr. Rishlicki to explain. And if you could just do that briefly, because we're going to be sensitive to time. Thanks.
And again, well, that language is per the legislature. It's in the description of eligible costs. It's simply a modifier. Again, it's from the act itself, from the TIF Act. And to the extent the city wants to modify that as it relates to what should be there in order to be more culturally sensitive, that could be done. Again, I apologize. That was language that that section is basically in section 4 or 5 of the TIF plan is a recital, and it basically takes the language from the TIF Act. And that language, again, is dated. It's probably from 98 or 99. So that's the basis for it. It was basically a recital of the description from the TIF Act, but that could be modified.
Great. Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Reed, followed by Councilmember Revelle.
Thank you. I just have 2 quick, what I believe are questions. So I'll ask this. I'm sorry, what is the gentleman's name who's presenting to us from McKenna? Is it Robert? Rishlicki.
Bob is fine.
Bob. Okay. Bob. Great. Bob, in your experience, how do communities typically measure the success of a TIF? Is it EAV growth?
That's the most common litmus test, Alderman, EAV growth. In evaluation, sometimes it's not numeric. It's related sometimes, to subjective measures. How many jobs did, or semi-subjective measures, how many jobs did we create? How many projects did we implement? The basic one is the EAV growth, but I just want to be real clear, that's not the only one. I mean, from the standpoint of one size fits all, each community, each municipality can basically set forth its own valuation or evaluation process.
But the most clear kind of metric-driven
is the
EAV growth. Okay, great, yeah.
That is correct.
And so I guess this next question is to Paul or to anyone within our city staff. Have we ever done an analysis using EAV growth where we set a baseline of what was the, average EAV growth, across the city over a period of time, let's say a 5-year period as was presented in one of the reports Councilmember Burns shared with me, or a 10-year period I would think would even be great, or even over the lifetime of a TIF. 23-year period. Have we done an analysis of what the average growth of EAV was citywide versus EAV growth within a TIF district to understand if the investments and the fact that we were taking funding, generally away from our school districts and other taxing bodies, did that TIF actually outpace at what each council will determine what is reasonable or what is a good amount. But have we done that analysis, Paul, for any TIF? For all of our TIFs?
Right. I like the questioning. I have to be honest with you, Councilmember Reed. That would be something that would be managed at the finance level, and I'm not going to try to put Tesh on the spot right now, but I'd love to follow up with you on that because I think that would be a useful analysis.
Yeah, if we haven't
we do annual reporting, and over time we've had consultants who've done studies, but I'd have to work with the finance department to see if an analysis like that's been done.
Yeah, and
can I follow up with you on that?
Certainly. I think that'd be quite helpful, particularly for me, and not particularly with this TIF, but just overall looking at whether TIFs are a good tool for us here. And then lastly, I was just looking at, I'll pull it back up, it was on the city's website looking at the TIF reports. Particularly, I was looking at one of the Howard Ridge TIF reports, and I see there, for example, that the last TIF report for the Howard Ridge TIF, I didn't look at everyone's TIFs, was 2019. There isn't a 2020 annual report posted. We're still in 2021, obviously, so that will not be posted yet. And my thought is for any other fund, we would have an accounting of of that on the city's website by this point. So I do feel that there are slight differences in the way that we report TIF expenditures and TIF funds when compared to funds coming from the general fund or other funds. I do wonder, so what I noticed on one of the slides was that expenditures under $25,000, which the city manager is authorized to spend without council approval across the board, not just with TIFs. Do those expenditures go through the bills list if it's under 25,000?
Yes. And they also appear in the reports.
And, well, see, that's where I have a slight concern, because I've looked at the reports again for the Howard Hartree TIF and the ones that affect my ward, and I have not seen, particularly after 2017, reporting of small dollar amounts, and in some cases, clear reporting of hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so it wasn't in the annual report very clearly delineated, and so that's an issue. And so I think, what I'd like to see us do is maybe come together and create a local ordinance that would create tighter reporting requirements for us, reporting requirements that are that offer more transparency than what the state minimums are. Because I think the state minimum even says that expenditures of under $10,000 don't have to be reported. And that there's a voluntary reporting, and the document that's submitted to the county clerk's office isn't the most transparent document. And so I would love for us to have better reporting of TIF expenditures.
Councilmember Reed, the only thing I would say in response to that at this point is, first of all, I'd like to ask our consultant, when are the 2020 reports due? I think they're due soon.
They're due 180 days after the close of the city's fiscal year, or in some cases, it depends upon when the audit is completed. So the state, does give some additional leeway there in terms of timing.
I know. I did some edits the other day of the report with Hitesh, I believe. And then secondly, I would say I'll sit with you, Councilmember Reed, but I tend to think that there haven't been a lot of projects that we've used TIF for in the Howard Ridge TIF, because we just really haven't had funding outside of the large project at Howard and Chicago Avenue that's under construction. And Hitesh, I see you're lit up. I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. So you're right. Every bill, including the TIF fund, the payments even under 25,000, they would be processed just like any other bills. And I see the EAV numbers here, like at least I had these 2020 numbers are not out yet for the EAVs, but in 2019, total TIF, like 4 TIFs which we had, Howard Ridge, West Evanston, Chicago, Main, and Dempster Dodge, their EAV was almost 125 million compared to a frozen EAV of 71 million. So the incremental of 53 million.
Great. Thank you very much. Next, we have Councilmember Revelle.
Yes. So first, Paul, I was pleased to hear that you were addressing the idea of correcting the map in all of this material to show that we are going to leave Ingram Park outside of the redevelopment idea. And I have been hearing from the neighbors and also, obviously, the steward and the supporters who work in that native garden on the corner of Ridge and Leonard Place. So I support Councilmember Nusma's request that we do come up with a way to modify that map. The mention of some of the old-fashioned language in the TIF like welfare to work or whatever. In addition to maybe getting rid of some of those old terms, I'd like to see at least one new term reflected in several places in this document, just because it's one of our current goals, and that would be our climate action and resilience plan goals, that we mention that specifically in several places to show that when we're going to measure the success of this TIF, that we see that the affordable housing that we've created has been climate resilient and energy efficient, and there are probably other ways that we could be reflecting our CARP goals in the TIF. I think my response to Councilmember Fleming's concerns about some of the idea that some of these, it sounds like we're opening the door to having a lot of outside developers come in and I don't know, tell us what they want to do. I guess my question to you, Paul, is do we have a regular role for community members in the TIF planning and decision-making as it goes forward, other than just kind of at the public hearings where we hear from members of the public and we answer their questions? Is there an idea for an ongoing role there, or is that up to the Fifth Ward Council member? How do we do that?
Yeah, I like that question. We for the Chicago and Maine TIF district, there was in fact and Councilmember Wynn will remember this, we created a committee of residents and businesses who would kind of do a preliminary check of any staff recommendation for expenditures of TIF, and then it's kind of an advisory committee to the City Council that adds another layer of public input. But that, I think we might yield to Councilmember Burns on how he'd like to create that, as this is a really highly focused west of Green Bay Road kind of, TIF. I mean, that's the whole purpose of putting this together. So my advice would be, if you're going to do that, to make sure that it's heavily represented by residents and businesses that are west of Green Bay Road.
Yeah, no,
very specific.
Right. Yeah, no, that was certainly my thought
Yep.
there. Yeah. And then I guess I have a question about the project area, and the language in one of the many things that we're going to vote on eventually is approving the tax increment redevelopment plan and the project area, and there's a list of findings, and the last finding says the parcels of real property in the proposed area are contiguous, and only those contiguous parcels of real property and improvements thereon that will be substantially benefited by the proposed project improvements are included in the proposed area. So my question is, how is that consistent with including the 1815 Ridge Avenue project in the area, since it's already fully developed, right?
Sure. Yeah, we could debate that. When we took a look at this district proposal, I don't know if it was a year and a half ago. Time is really flying. We looked at ways that we could generate the increment needed to do the projects west of the tracks. I mean, that was our sole focus. Frankly, Councilmember Revelle, that's why I made it in there. Will the TIF, will the TIF survive without it? It won't be as good, and we'll have to wait longer for it to be generating increment. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, as a whole, the district does indeed meet the standards. If you look at it individually, I could see why you would point that out. But what it does provide is an opportunity to get us, the viaduct bridge, which I thought was an important. I hear that frequently from community members, and I haven't heard the current mayor mention it, but the previous to have. And I wonder, again, if it's a way to keep that in the project. But I definitely understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, that was my expectation that you would say, one reason to have that property in the project area is because it does obviously generate some growth in the EAV right away. I just wonder whether we can leave that language in the document that we're going to be approving. If that's,
Thank you. I'll make sure that both Corporation Council and our consultants make sure that that's consistent, or we'll remove it. We should be authentic in how we're doing this.
Thank you. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, I did want to address the point that Paul was making about the Chicago Maine TIF. We did have this same question about having citizens participate and making sure that the TIF's expenditures were in keeping with what the community wanted, and we did put the creation of that advisory board into the TIF ordinance with specifications as to number of residents, number of business community members who would participate in that. And that committee met, the TIF was formed, I believe, in 2013. That committee met for 2 or 3 years, prioritizing what were the issues that were most important to spend the money on. That's what's going on right now to some extent on Main Street. Infrastructure was the most critical issue at the time, but I think that worked well, and I would suggest that would be a very good thing to have some form of that. Councilmember Burns, an advisory board it was a very good board that really was active and gave a lot of valuable community input. So I think it's an excellent tool, and we should use it in every TIF.
Thank you. Are there other council members? So Councilmember Nusma wants to come back for a second round. Well, let's start with Councilmember Burns, who hasn't spoken yet, and then if no others who haven't spoken yet want to speak, then we'll go for second round. So go ahead, Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, first question, Paul. It says in the budget, it says statutory school payments pursuant to the TIF Act, and it's $10 million. Can you explain that, please?
Sure. This is Bob Richlicki.
Thank you, Bob.
The TIF Act provides that if there's a residential project that's funded with TIF or benefits from TIF infrastructure, TIF-funded infrastructure, any new school-age children for either the high school or for the grade school, and there's a formula that's set out in the TIF Act, which the districts report once a year before September 30th as to what net new children are residing in the TIF district in a TIF-funded project. So that's number one. Identify if there's any new school children that are residing in a TIF-funded project. Then what the TIF Act says is for the grade school, up to 27% of that residential increment, and for the high school, up to 13% of that residential increment can be utilized to pay school tuition costs. And again, it's an annual process. If there's 4 children in 2021 and 2 graduate in 2022, there's only 2. It's constantly recalibrated every year, but the schools would present that information. And again, it's only for projects that are funded with TIF, not for existing housing, but for TIF-funded projects. And it's a way to try to get some of the TIF increment to the schools prior to the TIF being terminated. So again, it's an annual calculation. There's a formula. It's set forth in the TIF Act. It sets out what the amounts that, a ceiling of amounts that would be paid out. And that is a city obligation that they would do every year, or that the city would do every year.
So, Bob, for clarification, does that require an IGA, or is that's a?
No, that's automatic.
That's automatic.
That is automatic. That is a responsibility of the city. Again, if you fund that residential project, and the school, the grade school or high school, identify new school-age children to the district that reside, they make their claim to the city. The only, condition is has to be done by September 30th. And it's an annual request.
The budget item, it says rehabilitation costs and affordable housing construction costs, 9.7 million. Paul, rehabilitation costs, is that, home improvement? Could that be used?
Yes. So the TIF Act is pretty strict on how money can be used. You cannot use TIF to construct new housing. And there's a caveat there. So yes. Right. So if you're constructing new affordable housing, you can 50% of that new affordable housing cost can be covered with TIF. The rehab cost is, the renovation or rehabilitation of. We could use it for private property, yes. And I also want to stress these budgeted amounts we can move around within the categories.
Yes.
And as Councilmember Fleming had said, perhaps that this budgets kind of reflect our priorities, and maybe this doesn't clearly reflect what we're trying to accomplish. So we have some work to do to move the numbers around a bit. But that's, I think when our consultant helped us, advised us on this budget, we're using, kind of experience and averages to put this together.
And so we could support nonprofit affordable housing developers with this line item, rehabilitation costs and affordable housing construction.
I'll explain. So there's a number of ways we can help, right? One is if a nonprofit affordable housing developer acquires a site to do that, the cost of acquisition is an eligible TIF expense. If the site they acquire is, environmentally challenged, the cost of environmental cleanup is, and then again, construction, 50% of the cost of an affordable housing unit construction could be covered by TIF. Those are the ways that I think that I could answer your question directly on that. There's probably some other smaller ways. Maybe there's a workforce development program that could be included to a job training, deconstruction, whatever. But the primary things I mentioned are how we would fund that.
So you talked about TIF being a financing tool. Is it supposed, in the rehabilitation plan, is it supposed to go as detailed as defining the actual program? Or is there a significance in supportive documents like comprehensive plans? Like, I think for housing, our home improvement program, we have an existing home improvement handyman programs already that this could go to fund, presumably. So those are the programs, right? Those documents lay out the plan for the program, but this is more of a financing tool. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, you are. Again, as Paul had mentioned early, Alderman, the TIF plan is really, it sets up a framework. Remember, it's for a 23-year period. At this juncture, a lot of guesstimating involved is setting the table. I look at it as more as, as an umbrella, similar to your other TIFs. As projects are identified, or each alderman or each community has input, you put some flesh on the bones. Right now, all we're doing is identifying what the area is, what are some of the basic costs. I mean, how you implement that is up to the city council and the community. I hope that answered your question.
It does. Thank you. Last question. I don't think I've ever seen a TIF where the standard was met on every single parcel. So going back to Councilmember Council member, I need to look at you to Ravel's question. Is that in the statute? Because I've never seen that. And looking at Tiff's
No,
Chicago and other places, that's a pretty high standard.
That is a high standard, and the standard under the Tif Act, that we've done a few of these, it's really an area-wide application. You look at the area as a whole. Each and every property, just to follow up on what you said correctly, each and every property is not going to have all 5 factors. Some might have 3, some might have all 5, some might have 2. It's really on a cumulative basis. You look at the area as a whole. I mean that's the working premise from the statute, and that's really how the determination is made. It's for the area as a whole.
And are there target areas within larger study areas? Like we have
yes, you can have that. You can have that.
Do we have that in this TIF?
I think we kept it fairly flexible. You can, as Alderman Nguyen talked a little bit about these advisory committees, it's an add-on to the basic TIF program. To the extent that the city identifies priority areas within the TIF, that could be, again, as part of your policy or implementation of the program. I want to point out again, the TIF, even though they call it a plan, it's more of a financing program. It does not supplement your comprehensive plan, any area plans or area programs that you have. All that stuff gets mixed into how you're going to implement the program.
And Paul, is that something that you would recommend? It's something that I think makes sense, developing a target area within the larger study area. And I say that because I think we should be clear. In Chicago, they would love for some of their more challenged areas to abut another TIF that performs well. Like that's what they're trying to figure out, is how to, direct funds from high performing, areas into areas that aren't performing as well. And here we have that opportunity here. But I think it would be clear if we developed a target area to say, look, this is the area that we intend to focus on. And yes, we are including parcels that either are performing well now or will in the future, so that we can fund projects in this target area. Does that make sense, Paul?
I think what I would recommend is, we could do business, kind of narrowly focused business district market studies to figure out what kinds of businesses are in most demand, how many units of housing, if we want to do a mixed use development in a business district in the ward, how do we do that? And then again, I've been on staff for nearly 10 years and have had the experience of working with two previous aldermen or council members. And there's also a number of plans, the affordable housing plan. I love Alderman Ravel or Councilmember Ravel's suggestion to make sure that we highlight CARP. Hopefully we'll have a workforce development plan. We'll talk about that at the Economic Development Committee meeting at the end of the month. And then there's previous plans that were approved, the 2006 master plan, West Side, there are elements of that. And so we can get really narrowly focused and point out specific project areas. But that could be part of this TIF group that Councilmember Nguyen had referenced, the main Chicago. We could do that in the 5/5 TIF as well. So yes, I'm sorry, it's a little bit long-winded, but I also wanted you to know how, this district and the ideas here were formed, not in a vacuum, but experience and just hearing from elected officials and community members. So short answer, yes.
And this is the last statement. So it sounds like there may be some benefit from opening this up to a more collaborative environment with other communities to develop the specific projects and target areas. And that's something that we can do once the advisory committee is seated.
Yes, I think that's what I would recommend. I think that's a great idea. You also have to remember, if this TIF is approved by the city council in the fall, it is not going to have funding in it to generate projects, or it's not going to have funding generated to do projects immediately. So there's that period of time where we can spend some time planning together as a community and engaging kind of sub area communities. So like I was saying, Church and Dodge, Asbury, Emerson, things like that. Let's talk about Emerson Square Phase 2, sub area opportunities like that. And we're not going to see funding roll into this TIF until the second collection in 2022. So we'll have 9 months before a dollar rolls into it. So there's definitely time to plan. We should prioritize.
Thank you. Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. So the part that I feel like is missing so much here is the impact on the taxpayers. And as we know, with bonds, right, you have the amount of money that's not going to be going to our public schools, going to public works. That's going to have to be made up. So residents will take a hit with regard to that. But then there's also bonds, right? Because you're going to bond out because we're not going to get the money until, I don't know, how much are you expecting the first year in increment? Do you have what's your estimate?
I don't know if our consultants have the spreadsheet in front of them, but I don't have a ready answer.
Okay, so there's that too. There's debt service, financing debt service fees. So those combined, sort of a double whammy that we're not talking about at all. And it's essential that we talk about that if we're really going to make an assessment as to the value of this to residents, because it's going to hit all residents. And also, I want to see a financial comparison of market forces. And, for example, I don't know all the addresses, don't have them memorized, but that massive building on Ridge, that's, where the cranes are just sort of at pause right now. Ridge and, is it Emerson? Ridge and Emerson, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. So, what would that bring us, and what would be the impact in a financial comparison with the market forces and the taxes that we would gain, as opposed to also the debt service fees and the amount of money that we're going to have to make up that would be going to the schools. So I think this is all, really important, as well as, money that will be allocating to developments that may otherwise have developed naturally. It is a seller's market right now. So I think we need to see a very detailed comparison and also a very detailed analysis of what this is going to mean for the residents of Evanston.
Mr. Mayor, if I may briefly, I think just to respond, I think that's an excellent suggestion, and it could be part of whatever, I think it was Councilmember Burns or Reed had suggested we create kind of a creative local reporting mechanism. And it's pretty straightforward, and we could do that. It'll take a little work, but we have the time to do it before this comes back to council for the ordinance approval. So I will accept that challenge and help you figure that out.
Thank you. So everyone who wanted to speak has gotten to speak. We're going to go for second rounds. Just want to draw everyone's attention to the time. I'm not even totally clear on whether ordinary city council rules apply during a public hearing, but would respectfully ask council members speaking for a second time to keep their comments and questions brief. We'll have council member Nusma, followed by Reed, followed by Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One quick question following up on a topic that Council Member Burns already alluded to. So other than the statutorily prescribed adjustments based on school-age children moving into TIF-financed properties, were there any other conditions attached to the unanimous consent by the school districts? In the JRB?
I'll ask our consultants to back us up, but really briefly, the CFOs of both District 65 and 202 had stressed that if if we were to convert at some point over the next 23 years the Civic Center to private use, that there would be significant tax generation, and that they would want to create an intergovernmental agreement to make sure that they got their share of that. That's not uncommon. We've done that in other TIF districts.
So is that a handshake agreement at this point, or is that somehow memorialized legally?
Well, it's in the minutes, but to the extent there's no legal, we would need the city council to approve any true agreement.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reed.
Just as a point of request for information, Paul, with the TIF, we can do it's kind of termed as a pay-as-you-go method where we don't have to bond out. That's a possibility.
Right. I mean, the pay-as-you-go would be for private development. If a project is seeking TIF, they can get private financing, using future TIF pledging future TIF as revenue for funding a loan. It would be hard to fund, infrastructure. You couldn't do it as you go. What we're saying is we'd save for a rainy day. We just wait for the TIF to fill up, and then we start using, the funds that way. But you wouldn't have to bond unless there was some immediate project that the council wanted to do.
Okay, and then can you also just, maybe it's the folks at McKenna, so general obligation bond rates are, from my understanding, somewhere in the 1% range, 1% to 2%. First, we can confirm if that is true. And then what are the bond rates for a TIF? How do those differ? How does the interest rate for a TIF bond differ from a general obligation bond?
Well, Hitesh, I see lit up, but again, it's Bob Richlicki from K. McKenna. The interest rates will differ. There's a couple variables. One will be what's the credit behind it. If it's a general obligation, full faith and credit of the city of Evanston, that will be a lower rate. And again, whether it's 2% or 3%, depends on the term of the obligation. And the shorter the term, the lower the rate. If it's what they call a pure revenue bond, no backing of the city of Evanston, and it's just the risk of the TIF receipts coming in, that will carry a higher interest rate. Usually, I mean, in today's market, we're working on a couple of these K. McKenna's, it's anywhere between 5 or 6%. So there's a considerable difference as to, what is the credit or the backing of the bonds, and then what's their term. And again, a general obligation would be expected to get you the lowest interest rate. A pure revenue bond would be, again, because it's only the revenue of the project behind it, would be a higher risk and a higher interest rate. I don't know, Hitesh, is there anything you wanted to add to that? Or
just in the interest of time, I'll just quickly follow up. Thank you for that information. So it seems as though, roughly that the interest rates are double, maybe 3 times the interest rates. Are we able to use, so let's say we were discussing bonds earlier, and we'll discuss it again later. So let's say we were to use our general obligation bond to pay for a project within the TIF district. Could we use those TIF funds to pay off the bond without issuing the bond through the TIF? So it may be.
You can utilize TIF, yes.
So it may be a better strategy for us, instead of to bond through, just to get clarity, instead of bonding through the TIF, we could issue a general obligation bond, spend the money within the TIF district, and then pay back the general obligation bond from money in the TIF.
That is a strategy that you could follow. Yes.
Maybe Paul, can you opine on this? Is this something we've done in the past? Have we typically issued bonds through the TIF and then paid it off through the TIF, or have we issued it through general obligation bonds and then used TIF money to pay back?
I think Hitesh can answer that question.
Thank you.
Good evening again. I think we issued the 2018, couple of TIFs were there, Paul, And we issued those as a taxable bonds because the entire proceeds. So we had a regular bonds, which was a GO bond for the general infrastructure. We had the refunding bonds, and then we had one separate series, which was entirely for TIF funds, but issued as a taxable bonds.
Thank you. And thank you. And then one last question for Kane McKenna. So when we know that when we issue a general obligation bond, we are obligating ourselves to raise our, and please correct me if I'm wrong, raise our tax levy to whatever we need to in order to meet to pay those bonds back. What happens?
That is correct.
What happens if within a TIF district we bond out for a project, we expect the AV to increase by a certain amount, and we don't meet those goals, and we don't have enough money to pay back the bond within the TIF? How do folks collect? What are we putting on the line to say, we're guaranteeing we're paying you back?
If it is, if I understand your question correctly, if it is a general obligation, that is from the tax base of the city of Evanston as a whole, would be needed to make up that differential. If it were a pure revenue bond, it's buyer beware. The bondholder, if it was only the revenues of the TIF and not a general obligation, there is no city pledge. But if you do have a general obligation pledge, if I understand your question, then if the TIF revenues are not there, then it has to be through a levy or other city revenue source that would make up that differential, because it's full faith and credit.
And I presume that's why the TIF interest rates are higher.
Yes.
Okay.
If it's plain TIF on its own, it will be twice, or you mentioned 2.5 times greater than a general obligation rate.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Councilmember Burns.
Do we have anybody from the school district on the call? Paul?
I'll need assistance. I don't know who is on this call.
Okay. Okay, I'll reserve my question for, I'm putting together a TIF meeting, so I don't want you to have to answer for them, so I will reserve my question. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions from council members, we will now move on to public comment. Thank you. So just for clarity, we have two different bites at the apple for public comment tonight, essentially back to back. The first still internal to the current public hearing that's ongoing, and the subsequent will be the ordinary public comment. So with that in mind, we're gonna, for the immediate public comment, we'll begin with in-person commenters and then go to remote commenters. Everyone will be given 2 minutes to speak, and I'd like to begin with Diane Goldring.
Thank you, Mayor Biss and council members and Clerk Mendoza and City Manager Storley. It's good to see you all again, even though I'm on this side of the dais. I have two questions. I am all for making public investments in areas that have historically been neglected. If I were confident that this TIF proposal would improve the lives of people living and working in the Fifth Ward, I would support it. But the proposal is long on platitudes and short on specifics. It reads like the city started with the desire to create a TIF district that includes the Civic Center and then backed into the boundaries and the conservation area justification, which seems almost ridiculous. Although it technically meets the criteria, according to Illinois Code, a conservation area is one that is at risk of becoming blighted. The proposed district has the opposite problem. It's at risk of gentrifying. The proposed TIF district is very different from the 4 other active TIF districts, in that none of those included more than 75 residential properties at inception. My first question is, how are you going to ensure that taxpayer-subsidized development does not accelerate gentrification and displace longtime residents? The proposed budget includes $2.5 million for land acquisition, assembly costs, relocation. What land will be acquired and assembled, and who will be relocated? Secondly, none of the other 4 active TIF districts relied on the sale of a public asset in order to be successful. The report states, quote, stronger performing parcels or those that have potential, such as the Civic Center property, will provide the tax increment necessary to implement the desired projects in the 5th Ward. So my second question is, has the city already decided to sell the Civic Center? And what taxpayer-financed
15
incentives
seconds.
for private developers will this TIF include? Creating a new TIF district is a big deal. In this case, it would divert tens of millions of dollars away from our schools and other city projects. In my mind, it should be the financing option of last resort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next comment will be from Mike Vasilko.
Well, I'm going to start by asking you why there's a two-minute limit. This is supposed to be a public hearing for the TIF. This is not a council meeting. I've got 2 pages of questions. You didn't answer any of Diane's questions, and the purpose of a hearing is to ask questions and get answers, much like you just did with staff. So I'm not even touching on my comments yet, but I'd like to understand the rules, because you mentioned the sign earlier. The sign was, and thank you for allowing the sign to stay, but the sign was put up here for the TIF discussion, the TIF hearing, not for the council meeting. The rules are different, or should be different, for a hearing. And I'd like to hear answers to Diane's questions. As far as my comments.
Request for information? Yeah. And if I can be recognized for the request for information. It's my understanding, so were the rules for this hearing for public comment posted ahead of time publicly? No. So my understanding of, my very clear understanding of OMA, that rules for public comment have to be posted publicly before the meeting if there's going to be an adjustment to the rules, albeit this is a hearing which is separate from council. It's on our council agenda, so it seems as though we'd be following either council rules or rules that were posted separately before this hearing.
So I'll address that, then turn it over to Mr. Cummings, then answer Mr. Vasilko's question, and then we'll go back to your comment. The 2 minutes is a sort of generous enhancement of what's in the council rules, based upon the number of people who've signed up to speak. So that's where I came up with that number. I believe that the statute is totally silent, so I think we could probably do whatever we wanted to, but I agree with the sentiment that we want to be inclusive and have kind of as a floor what the council rules provide for. Mr. Cummings?
Good evening, members of City Council, Mayor Biss, City Manager Storley, residents in attendance. I just wanted to point out to Mayor Biss that the hearing is actually happening in the midst of a council meeting. So the council rules would be applicable. And to your point, you are absolutely correct in terms of the time allowed to speak during a hearing. State statute is silent, so it would be really up to the council to set that floor, that ceiling. So the city council rules should be applicable because you are in the midst of a city council meeting, but the hearing is separate insofar as if you want to adjust the time allowed, et cetera. You're right, state law, which dictates that we have this hearing, is silent on that issue.
Great, thank you. Council members Kelly and Burns.
So, Daniel, how many people are signed up to speak? And this is within 45 minutes? Is that what you're doing the calculation on?
Correct. There's a lot of different numbers here, but as I recall, it's like, I think it's a total of 35 people, and I think there's by far the larger number are for the TIF hearing. So my intent was to do 2 minutes per speaker for the TIF hearing, which would probably get us past 45 minutes for that alone, and then do 3 minutes per speaker for kind of traditional public comment afterwards, which again is quite a bit more time than is provided for in our rules, but I understand there's a lot of interest in this, and we don't have public hearings frequently, and so if the council would permit me that, I was going to intend to be generous with the time.
Yeah, I do think, though, that if this is a hearing, it should be treated separately and not calculated in with public comments for the city council hearing. I mean, for the city council meeting. To me, it seems if this is considered a hearing, we should not be taking away time based on the number of people who want to speak also at City Council.
Right, so as I indicated, I was planning to do 2 minutes per for this, which I think would get us to the 45 minutes, and then 3 minutes per for the meeting after, which is what's in the rules.
Okay,
And if someone wants to check my arithmetic, there's a very complex color-coded spreadsheet in front of me, and I'm not great with spreadsheets.
One last point of information.
Councilmember Burns was next.
It is my expectation from staff that people would be allowed to ask questions and get responses this evening. That is my strongest expectation after conversations with staff. I don't know how we do that in a compromise. If the statute is silent, maybe people are allowed to either make a statement or ask questions and get responses, one of the two. But that was 100% my expectation this evening, that they would be allowed that opportunity. And I'd love to hear questions and responses. I think that's how we're going to get further, we're going to get good information that we can act on in between this hearing and some of the next meetings.
So let me address that. And I'm happy to do what the preference of the council is. When I saw the number of people who signed up, it's instantly seemed to me that was not a feasible way of constructing this. I know there have been a number of public conversations. I've heard from residents who've had meetings with staff on the subject. I would imagine there's going to be more. So my instinct upon seeing the number of people who signed up was we can't pick and choose, right? We can't let some people ask questions of staff and not other people. And if every person who signed up has a back and forth with staff, we're going to really be here an unwieldy amount of time. I'm definitely not open to showing prejudice, right, and giving some people a crack at questions and not others. If the preference of the council is to expand this out, give people a longer chunk of time, and let that include a back and forth with staff, I'll go with the preference, but I just want to warn you, the arithmetic is not consistent with this meeting ending before 1 or 2 in the morning, if that's the approach we take. No.
Yeah, that was my.
So Councilmember Reed is next, followed by Kelly.
To that point, that was my next question. I don't know if this is a legal question or just a council practice question going forward. Should we hold hearings, given the nature of a hearing, separate of a council meeting?
Yes.
So one is I'll ask Councilor Cummings.
Sure. There's nothing in the state law that requires it happen at the same time, but it's really going to be up to the council in terms of its time and staff, availability and council availability to have it on a different time other than city council meeting.
So I just wonder if it would be moving forward best practice for us to hold hearings separately so we can allow for the purpose of the hearing, which is to hear both ways, to have that dialogue for once. So that ends my point of information.
So next we'll have Councilmember Kelly and then Suffredin. And thanks for your patience, Mr. Vasilko.
Okay, I'm going to pass.
I was just going to suggest, with the exception of Diane, who we know and can get her questions, why don't we have people ask their questions, submit them in writing, and ask staff to answer them and post it on the website, if that's agreeable to everyone. And then that will get us out of here and get residents their answers.
Councilmember Kelly?
I don't think they should be, I think it should be done more directly if we have staff here on hand to answer the questions. I think that out of respect to our residents who've come out here this evening, we shouldn't take the questions, have them go home, and then go look for it at some given point in time on a website. I think that questions should be asked here and now. Answered here and now.
Well, I think we have 3 options before us. Great. We're going to have a 4th option.
I have another
Fleming.
option because I would not like to be here until 1 in the morning. But I'm happy to have people have their questions answered. Could we, if we pass the consent agenda and we're not going to talk to death about every topic on the consent agenda, we can maybe get through questions and the meeting. I am concerned we're not going to get through all people. If he has 2 pages of questions, there's no way staff's going to answer 2 pages of questions in 2 minutes. I mean, that's just not going to happen. And if we have people on the phone, everyone here, I'm assuming, has a question. And staff is not going to be able to answer every question and then people might want to have a follow-up question, and I mean, and I'm happy to have that happen, but I don't know if we can have that happen and do the consent agenda. And I'm assuming from the look at the consent agenda, there are several things that people are going to pull off and talk about. But if we could look at the consent agenda and decide that we can pass it, could we pass it and then do the hearing in 5 minutes? Or, I mean, I'm trying to be really honest. It's 8 o'clock. We're just not going to get through 2 pages of questions per person and have a dialogue about our council meeting. But I think some things on the council meeting probably are going to need to have a dialogue. So that's my Hail Mary.
Okay, so I believe I'm going to withdraw one of the options. I believe we have 3 options before us. One option is to go ahead, as I suggested, with 2 minutes per person, assemble a list of questions, and produce answers in writing over time, as proposed by Councilmember Suffredin. One is just to expand out the time and do the thing, and then do the rest of the agenda. And the other is to swap the order, do the rest of the agenda, finish all of our the action that we're required to take, and then come back to the public hearing and do it at length with the time required. Councilmember Kelly.
I think we could also have our city council meeting at a different date, right? I mean, that's another option, right? That we could hold a specials and continue with the hearing this evening.
I'm not comfortable just canceling tonight's council meeting. Things have been noticed. I think we ought to vote on the things we said we were going to vote on. Council members Nguyen and Nusma.
I do want to have everyone have their questions answered. I completely agree with Councilmember Fleming, but I think that people will have detailed questions and they should get a thorough answer. And that way, if we take up Councilmember Suffredin's suggestion, then it isn't just the people who are listening here, but it will be, all of these questions can be published on our website and then spread throughout the community. I think it's an opportunity to take these questions, let the staff really dig into them, follow up if necessary, and then have these questions on the city's website. And also because we do have a full council meeting tonight, so that nothing is rushed. People do get an adequate answer to their TIF questions. I would suggest that we follow Councilmember Suffredin's suggestion.
Councilmember Nusma.
I will second that.
Okay. So all right, Councilmember Burns.
If there was a process for that, I could support it, but it's really just like goodwill, good faith. We don't have a process for that. And I think the concern is that people have tried to get information from staff, and because of, other commitments, they've been able to get the information in a timely manner. And so I think one of the things that's nice that we have staff and we have the TIF consultant here is that they're going to be able to answer a lot of the questions, as we've seen when it was our turn to ask questions, right? So they had questions, they didn't know it, then Paul Zalmazak, Director, Economic Development Manager Paul Zalmazak said, well, I'll get back to you, Councilmember Reed, on that. So the same thing can be done here. If they don't have the answer, then they could draft something and put it in writing. But I would suspect, they both do this professionally. They have a lot of the answers within them. If given the opportunity, I think they could answer most of these questions tonight. And the audience members here could leave with that information, as opposed to waiting for something to happen that doesn't really have a defined process. I don't think, ever really done that well. That's one of the biggest things we hear, is the lack of a community engagement process. So now we want them to trust a process that, one, doesn't exist, but that we don't necessarily do that well. So that would be my concern. They're here, why not do, so that's my concern.
All right, so let me ask for a show of hands from the council members. There's going to be 3 options to contemplate. Raise your hand for at most one of the 3, please. The first option is what you might call the Councilmember Suffredin option of answers in writing later on. The next option is what you might call the Vasilko option of just do the public comment during the course of the hearing at length with the back and forth required to get answers, and one you might call the Councilmember Fleming option of do that, but after we've exhausted the rest of the agenda. So if you want to go with option one as proposed by Suffredin, please raise your hand. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure, but, right, yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5.
Point of information.
Yes?
Or request for information. One, my understanding is that, or point of order, I believe that should be a motion because we'd have to suspend the rules. And then also, given the.
What rules would be suspended?
Allowing this extra time for public comment.
No.
Well, so one, if we noticed that during a council meeting, folks get 3 minutes, maybe they just get 3 minutes to speak, whatever, whether it's for this hearing or not, as that's what OMA would require us to do since we didn't have these rules. Or if we are doing what you're saying, which is giving an extended amount of time to speak, this should just be, I think, formalized into a motion so there is more of a definite requirement that we are committing, this council is saying that we are going to respond to each one of these questions that are posed in writing or within the whatever time frame, which I believe should be 3 minutes given OMA requirements. I mean, this is technically a part of the council meeting, so you get 3 minutes.
Mr. Cummings.
Period.
So the rule regarding public comment in the city council rules for public comment that limits the 3 minutes is for the regular city council meetings. OMA nor the statute regarding TIF does not mandate how much time the public gets for public comment. OMA only requires that you allow public comment and set rules regarding public comment. The same with the TIF state statute that talks about public hearings. So it's really up to you guys how you want to measure that time for the public hearing.
Councilmember Kelly, and I would, for the sake of clarity, happily entertain a motion like the one that Councilmember Reed outlined.
Okay. And I think we need to understand what a hearing is. And a hearing really requires the opportunity for meaningful participation. And meaningful participation includes input. This isn't a city council meeting. And we have to really understand what a hearing is about. And that's what a hearing is supposed to be about. An opportunity for meaningful participation, which includes input.
Would someone like to make a motion to the effect outlined before?
So am I making my own motion, or am I making the motion that folks just straw polled on? I'll make a motion that we allow for, say it again? I'll make a motion that we allow folks 3 minutes, period. I mean, sorry if you're going to sign up and speak twice. I think you get 3 minutes to speak, and that's your piece. This seems to be one meeting.
It's not one meeting. It's not one meeting. So there's the 2 meetings will occur. That's pursuant to state law. It's how people signed up. The 2 meetings must occur, in my opinion.
So then I think we should follow council rules, which would be.
So I think council rules would give folks 1.5 minutes for the TIF.
But it's 2 meetings.
The council rules give you 45 minutes divided by the number of people that signed up.
Yes, so that would give us 1.5 minutes for TIF and 3 minutes for the later one. That's what council rules would say. That's why the 2 was an effort to round up.
Mr. Mayor, you were suggesting 2 minutes for this was your original thoughts. I will make a motion that we allow speakers during the TIF hearing 2 minutes to say whatever they want, make comments and questions, and that any questions they pose be addressed in writing by staff, and those responses posted in a timely manner on the website.
What is a timely manner? Can we define that?
2 weeks.
2 weeks, great. A second.
So Councilmember Nusma makes this motion that we'll have 2 minutes and that all questions that are posed in verbally during the course of that time will be answered in writing by staff within 2 weeks. Councilmember Reed seconds. Clerk Mendoza points out people have the right, have always had and continue to have the right to submit questions in writing, which could be added to that list. And will the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
On a vote of 6-2, the motion passes, and so we'll move forward with 2 minutes per person. Questions will be compiled and will be responded to within 2 weeks in writing. Those responses will be made public to the whole community. I'll start your clock over, Mr. Vasilko, for obvious reasons, and go ahead.
Well, my overriding point was exactly that these two meetings should not have been on the same day, on the same night. We've got a long council agenda. This is an important hearing. I think the city manager knew that these two discussions would take a long time, and I think it was irresponsible to join them as one meeting. That's point one. I'm still going to run out of time, but I'm going to go through some of my comments. I'm asking you not to accept or place the TIF documents on file. I'm asking you not to release staff to proceed further, other than to direct staff to conduct a series of citywide TIF open townhouse meetings that everyone can participate in. None of the wards should be excluded from this, even though, I'm in the 6th ward, we're not adjacent. We have opinions. It's a citywide issue. There's no urgency to finalize this process. There's no harm in waiting. Some of the questions, the TIF map, seems larger to me than it was the first time I saw it. The information provided recently is voluminous and requires a lot of explanation. So again, a town hall meeting or a series of town hall meetings are necessary. The city council is, in this TIF, and I've raised this before a while back, why is the city Civic Center part of the TIF? It shows up on the map.
15 seconds.
The park shows up on the map. Yet you're telling us, don't look at the map. We promise we're not going to include the park. There's a lot of contradictions in the documents, and they need to be revised entirely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Fleming?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to get clarification, so the 2 minutes includes a comment but no response. Is that what we?
As I understood it, if people wanted to cede some of their 2 minutes to staff to answer questions, that would be fine, but the clock would be kept going.
Okay.
If sure do.
At City Council. Right. And I think, Mr. Vasilko, a couple of your questions were answered earlier, if I'm correct, but I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
So the next. No, we are currently in the public hearing, and we will end the public hearing in a public way and then begin public comment later. But for now, still in the public hearing, I'd like to bring up Evie Russell for public comment, for a 2-minute comment.
Okay, first, shame on you on doing this the way you're doing it. And this should be a public hearing. As a 7th Ward resident, I received a city letter which says the TIF does not directly affect my property, but every time taxes are extracted from schools in the city to be diverted to a TIF fund, all the other Evanston taxpayers foot the bill for expenses and rising costs for schools in the city. So I would say, yes, every TIF directly impacts every resident's tax bill, and for many, many years to come. My first question: what are the projected increment revenues to the proposed TIF fund for the next 5 years? In the area east of Ridge, 1 acre of developed land for new construction generates an average of between $250,000 and $550,000 per acre in property tax revenue, just like the old Kendall College site, which did not need a TIF and generates over $630,000 every year. 3 more questions. How much public land is east of the tracks? 2, can't we create a plan which is fed by the tax revenue from the developed land if the community decided to sell public land? Also, can we allocate a percentage of the $43 million federal government American Rescue Plan to specific needs of the 5th Ward? Right now, the city has been throwing away over $890,000 into McCullough Park in the 7th Ward. The park needed some repairs for the playground equipment, regrade to small areas, and resurface the basketball area. There was absolutely no need for the extensive demolition work and reconstruction from scratch. What about the city stop wasting money for unneeded grandiose projects and invest that money in services and projects essential to places like the 5th Ward? It seems to me that there are several ways for the city to help a ward rather than establishing a TIF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ray Friedman.
As Evie just said, I'm totally disappointed that this is not a separate TIF hearing. That's what it's supposed to be. We had emails going back and forth all weekend long. I've got 7 pages of emails. I've sent you all emails asking for a separate TIF hearing. Haven't had one word with anybody. I talked to Councilman Attorney Cummings today, and he said he believed that there would be no limit on public comment for the TIF hearing. It's a hearing, okay? It's not a council meeting. I understand 3 minutes for a council meeting. I accept that. That's fine. I've been asking for 4 years for a conversation. This is the closest that we've come for a conversation. I was looking forward to have a conversation, which I listened to all of you have with Paul Zamelzek and the other gentleman for 2 hours. And now you're going to give me 2 minutes to speak. And what, another 6 people here, 2 minutes to speak? No, that's not right. Do you want to hear my comment?
Please.
Please, in the name of good government, ensure that Evanston residents receive the transparency of the various plans that they deserve surrounding the proposed TIF. There must be plans, economic and social, which addresses some of the many issues which are wrapped up in this TIF that can be put on the table. TIFs are supposed to be used in blighted areas or areas which are in danger of becoming blighted. Then, with the use of TIF financing, the areas will redevelop and have a tax base
15 seconds.
Which will increase. Great. I read you 4 sentences. I got a half a page to read. I'll come back and when I have my 3 minutes to speak at council to finish this letter, but this is nonsense. Okay, to have a TIF hearing, a supposed TIF hearing, and I said to Councilman Cummings, I said, if you're going to have a TIF hearing the same evening that you're having a council meeting, we'll be here till 1 o'clock in the morning. This is nuts. Okay, please, don't waste everybody's time. Give me 2 minutes to speak so I could read 4 sentences.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mary Rosinski.
I too am very disappointed. I was told numerous times this was question and answer as well as comment. I hope that doesn't count. Oh, my time is going. Okay, so this TIF is wrapping itself around so many important community issues and has an unprecedented amount of public land in locations which don't need TIF intervention. This appears to be Robert Crown financial fiasco on steroids. As you recall, we started that project with $10 or $12 million, which the taxpayers were going to be responsible for, and ended up costing taxpayers $54 million. The excuse was that they didn't have a plan before they started. Well, I'm saying the public deserves to know what the city planners and city members, council members are thinking and what is the agenda, because tens of millions of dollars are being extracted from the tax basis for schools and city budget. And or is this just a backdoor way to sell the city Civic Center? I had a lot of questions, and when I did the tax analysis for another project on the Kendall College, and that 1 square block had zero tax base, and today it generates, 3 years after the property was finished, over $210,000 an acre, $630,000 every year. And I have posters I wanted to show you, but I think it's really important to know that that project alone, I think, is would have generated $9 million for a school and its budgets in their 23 years. And that property at 1815 Ridge, I sold that land 4 years ago for $2.85 million. I know that's ready to come on the tax, and I've done the tax research on tall buildings and apartment buildings in Evanston, and that number I'm coming up with is what that tax base is going to be in the next year is going to be over $500,000 based on Central Street 1717. I've been in real estate for 40 years up and down the North Shore. I've been running around Evanston for the same amount of time. I have seen nothing but prices go up, and there's no way that this is a blighted area or and not appreciating the way that other areas are. The Kane McKenna, I really would love to go head to head and go over that report with them, because there's so many things that are so wrong with that. And I feel angry because I really thought we were going to have a discussion. This is disappointing, and I really hope we have some town halls, because this is public land. You've got more unprecedented acres of public land, our seat of government, and we are limiting ourselves to 2 minutes? This is not good.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sebastian Knowles.
At this point, I feel like I'm just echoing the consensus in the room that we are all significantly disappointed with the way we went tonight. Again, we saw the last 4 years of minimal public participation, residents feeling like their voices weren't heard, and we continue to do that tonight. It's extremely frustrating. We've been here for hours, and we watched you all have discussions with city staff. I would love to have discussions with you all and city staff about this topic, and I think that's what a lot of residents wanted tonight. I've done quite a bit of research on TIFs. I'm a sociology minor, and I've done a lot of work when it comes to urbanization and sort of the history here in Chicago, and as well as here in Evanston. We've seen that TIFs have had negative impacts to people of color, plain and simple. The data is on our side, not on the side of TIFs. We've seen that, and I quote, low-cost residential units are demolished under the guise of slum clearance, but they are generally not replaced with low-cost units. Instead, middle-income or high-income units are built in their place. And we currently see that the Fifth Ward is already on the pathway to being completely gentrified. We've seen a diminishing black population throughout the last 10 to 20 years. And I know that we have assurances that we're not going to be demolishing buildings. Instead, the focus is going to be on rehabbing buildings. And that raises the question, what about property taxes? When those property values increase, those property taxes increase. Can those people in the Fifth Ward afford those rising property tax increases? No. They will be priced out of the Fifth Ward. And it will continue to be gentrified for the coming future. I'm asking that we have safeguards in place, that we combine this with community land trusts in order to hold these low-cost units, these prices down, do whatever we can to make sure that we're not pricing out black residents in the Fifth Ward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The final in-the-room speaker during the public hearing will be Brooke Murphy-Ruthun. Can I ask you to use the microphone so people watching at home can follow?
We're talking about $90 million on the table. I've researched this financial product. I trade stocks and mutual funds, and what it is it's borrowing money from the city coffers, giving it to developers, and we're borrowing against our education, police, and fire. That's what it is. It's a not transparent product, Bloomberg Business calls this the developer's friend. Paul Vallis, former head of Chicago Public Schools, is negative on it, as well as Tom Tresser from City Lab. These are white guys who are saying this is racist, it is not in your best interest. All of these are vetted sources. So I have loads more to say, but this is, there's problems all over the place. And in no way did I hear this product explained clearly tonight about how this works. And if Daniel was teaching a math lesson, and I know he wouldn't do this way, that would be like every student in the class would flunk. And all the council members, if you don't understand this financial product, you have the right to recuse yourself from voting on this. You cannot vote on something that you don't understand. High-level people don't understand this financial product because it's clear as mud, and it stinks. In most cases, people are saying this is a bad thing to do. It would be better to have a PTA bake sale or a Boy Scout wreath sale than do this, or do nothing. But this is not what we want to get into. This is a bad deal. That's the end of my comment.
Thank you very much. We now move to remote comments, the first of which is by Ms. Betty Esther.
Good evening. I listened to the presentation on the TIF and the conversation between the aldermen and the comments made so far. The one thing that I asked my alderman was for information on that TIF. Give information to the community. As of today, we have not received that information. Asked him how was that information going to be impacted to us. One thing that he said then at the ward meeting and tonight, that part of this TIF money can be folded into the older TIF. So this TIF that is being made tonight is to finish creating the project and implementing structure that they wanted to do in the first TIF. Because if you remember on Emerson from West Asbury to Jackson, and then right at there at Wesley and Jackson, that was a proposed development that would have, if had been built, would have created some housings and stuff, but it didn't go with what the neighborhood wanted. So they said, no, we don't want this type of building here. So that project died. We asked our former alderman to change the zoning where the West Side Master Plan is a zoning plan that was created into a TIF. And we asked them to change the zoning, that we be zoned to R3, that we would not become a community of tall concrete box building. The phase 2 part of the Emerson Square is going to run into problems because where they are talking about extending it to, there is
Ms. Esther, your time is up.
when it rains. And they can't build on it. Your city engineer told them they couldn't build on the land that they want to extend phase 2. So to do that,
Could I ask you to wrap up your comments, please?
And why should we have to suffer for somebody else that doesn't live here and don't care about us and has never cared about us? And now you say you do? That's bullcrap. So have the public comments meeting like you were supposed to, like you did with the last TIF, and also with the TIF over there in the Third Ward. There was supposed to be community meetings around the TIF. Not in the ward meetings, but separate community meetings. You can at least give us that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Malika Gardner.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I will run through this. I had a few questions, but I'll just throw out the one question. I did go on 3 tours, 3 TIF tours, and I went on 2 of them with Alderperson Bobby Burns, and he showed me areas that I remember seeing run down from when I was a young girl, and I won't tell you how old I am. But that's how long these areas have needed work, have needed repair, have needed funding. And so on that tour with him, I totally have belief and faith in Alderman Burns and his vision, and he does care about his ward, his community, he cares about Evanston. But I know that the feedback from the people is that they do not trust other parts of the city council. And their concern is there's money on the table right now. There's $43 million on the table right now. If you knew that these areas needed this work for years, clearly no one cared, but you acknowledged that these areas needed the work, then why not use the money that's on the table now, as well as a TIF? That's my question. Why not use the money that's on the table now and help the 5th Ward? And I went on another tour with residents, and I plan on going on more tours for these TIFs. I'm learning a lot more about them and how they work. We do have aldermen who have heart and they really care about their wards, but we do have aldermen who are about lining pockets, bottom line. And I think that City Council really needs to restore confidence and trust with
15 seconds.
With the constituents. But I say there's money on the table now. Why not use it now? If you care so much about the 5th Ward, do it now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bennett Johnson. Mr. Johnson, are you in the?
Thank you.
Oh, great.
Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay. Democracy comes from a Greek word, demos, which means people. And one of the problems I have with this TIF is that it has not involved the people. This is not a public hearing. This is a council meeting. And so therefore there should be a separate public hearing on this thing. This does not qualify. And one of the things that I've been concerned about for some time with the Evanston City Council is that it's not transparent. In other words, I've done a lot of work with the city of Chicago during the real Mirror Daily times when transparency was opaqueness. And I think there's something opaque about this particular TIF program. One of the other problems I have is the criteria. Obsolescence, aesthetic grouping, community planning. The community planning was put together some time ago by a local group that was not implemented. So there has been community planning. Aesthetic grouping came from the fact that they wanted to move the blacks into one area. So the R5, R7, etc. Zoning is in the black 5th Ward because they wanted to segregate us. And that's the area I grew up in. The other problem is the issue of obsolescence. The house I lived in for the last 40 years is over 125 years old. So obsolescence, again, is not it's a very vague criteria and shouldn't be used in this situation. The real problem I have is that
15 seconds.
Yeah. A man named Wimberly years ago talked about the fact that they wanted to get rid of the black people in the city of Evanston. And this, in my opinion, is a method for doing 2 things: renovating the city council and removing the black community. So So I think at all costs, it's another Negro removal kind of thing like urban renewal and other things have been over the years, and it should not be supported by any member of the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Linda Del Bosque. Linda, are you there? We'll come back to her later on. The next speaker is Darlene Cannon.
Okay. Thank you. Later. Okay. Speaking about Fifth Ward TIF. TIFs are inherently racist and displace black and brown and low-income folks. The Fifth Ward TIF doesn't have a clear plan, and this TIF has a lot of public land that is not blighted, and that is the description of a TIF. There's been a lot of talk about a school in the Fifth Ward. I haven't heard District 65's board give their blessings that they were in favor of moving on a school, and it's my understanding is that the approval has to come from the board. Currently, there's a lot of development coming to the Fifth Ward, like the brewery that's sold on Ashland for $1.4 million, which will be generating a lot of revenue. And then there's the new townhomes on Jackson, in between Jackson and Wesley, which are going to probably be in the prices of $400 and up, which means that, and I want to know, what are we doing to ensure that black people won't continue to be displaced in the ward? Because, as it's been previously stated, the gentrification process is almost complete. Lastly, the development at 1813 Ridge. And right now they're only paying like $45,000 because it was an empty lot, but we'll be getting like 10 times that amount. So that's about $500,000 that'll be coming onto the tax rolls. And I just want to know, like, are our school districts okay with not for missing out on $335,000 like each year from just one property? Is this acceptable to them? What is
15 seconds.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Smith.
Hey there. I know this study area pretty well. I've knocked on hundreds of doors and hundreds of community meetings I've attended in this district. I've personally explored buying or renting residential office and potential indoor recreational space within it. The proposed district violates statutory standards as well as the overall intent of the statute. The area covered easily attracts development interest and funding and doesn't require tax increment financing to do so. It also received a lot of NSP2 development money. Examples range from the award-winning Nathan Kipnis Architecture Office building on Payne, the Brella Film Productions offices on Simpson, the homes that were developed immediately due north of the Civic Center, the coming soon Double Clutch Craft Brewery on Ashland, to the massive new multi-million-dollar project at 1813 to 1823 Ridge, which is extremely important to this discussion because even without the TIF, the proposed district as a whole will have enormous EAV growth just due to this building coming online. Now, it's true that sometimes not all parcels in a district will meet all the standards, but I've never seen a TIF district in Evanston, maybe anywhere else, where half or more of it wouldn't. The main reasons that property in the study area doesn't have more development is not because of blight, but because the largest properties in the district are public, including an historic building that the people of Evanston voted overwhelmingly to preserve, and another that residents advocate to have landmarked. Another one's owned by Northwestern. Another large parcel is railroad right-of-way. The general area within and near the district that isn't redeveloped and not public includes a large number of churches, so many that the city, with the support of the Fifth Ward alderman at the time, changed the zoning to make it more difficult to open any new ones. East of Green Bay, the homes include a large number of student rentals within former single-family homes and duplexes. It's lucrative for landlords and highly sought after, but development's been historically limited by city zoning that cap the number of inhabitants.
15
West of
seconds.
Green Bay, residents have been correctly concerned about gentrification. At the former National Towel site, there was foot dragging by the city that was obstructionist to it getting developed. And in general, there are properties in this district that are just overpriced and undermarketed. Some landowners simply ask too much money and let properties sit vacant. The prices and the rents do not reflect blight or any of the need for tax increment financing. The creation of this district, and especially its inclusion of grossly inappropriate typical properties, would siphon millions of tax dollars over the years from taxing bodies, including the city and the schools, at a time when we're concerned about large holes in budget areas that are only filled right now by federal monies coming to us. A side note on
your time is up.
Okay, then let me finish by saying that I do object to the way this is being handled when it's supposed to be a hearing. I agree with the objections and request the record be kept open for the submission of written testimony. 2 minutes per speaker is not meaningful public participation, and most importantly, because the council is the decision maker, it prevents the development of an accurate factual record on which this council and possibly a future court must rely. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Priscilla Giles. Is Priscilla in the Zoom? We will come back to her as well. The next speaker is Roberta.
I was speaking. I didn't know that I was on mute.
Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Sure can. Sorry about that.
Okay. Sorry. The new Tif Plan is unknown by the majority of the people in the Fifth Ward. Not all have newspapers nor access to internet. The TIF is not what residents asked for or wanted or needed. It is the plan for developers hired by some or to keep their jobs or for personal profit. One example of this is the property at Jackson and Emerson, also boarded up and depriving the poor who used to live there of a place to live within their means. In the meanwhile, the poor and underserved citizens go wanting, with promises to have housing the priority of the new council, null and void. The TIF will be voted on by the entire council, which covers the whole city of Evanston, but the majority of the black people, the residences and business affected, will be the black citizens. The hip-hop mural at Dodge and Emerson was replaced with a low brick wall of Evanston's historic important people to the community, the black community, which will soon be the same thing when they pick up the sign from in front of the Civic Center that says Lorraine Morton. That wall has wiped out like the TIF plan looks like will happen to the black American community here in Evanston. How many times was it mentioned that the Ingram Park was not going to be touched? Let's hear the same thing about historic Fifth Ward residents and the places that are important to us. So many of them have already disappeared, and it looks like this is what's on the books for more to be removed. And people, especially the black people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Roberta Hudson.
Yes, good evening. I wanted to say that the city of Evanston should be concerned more with the people in the wards. And it appears that the people should be benefiting from the TIF funds. Like, for instance, housing. They want to put up these high-rise buildings. And we're saying that it should go to type of buildings like duplex, where the owner could have income as a revenue for them to be an entrepreneur. We have suffered from the high-rises across the alley from us that was created from the last TIF. And we're concerned with them continue the plan to add to this. There have been all kinds of crimes committed in the buildings that they built from the TIF money. Even your previous police chief had indicated the number of crimes that was we're still suffering from some of those incidents currently. And I think we need to have the aldermen to have meetings with the citizens. It seems like we're getting information from the staff and from the developers and consultants, and then it's handed down to the residents. And we're having no say-so in what's needed in our community. We know what's needed. We have done surveys, and we know what people want, and no one is taking the information that we want to give. And I think that before anything else is done, that we should have a town hall or a neighborhood meeting where the citizen can again indicate what they need in their community to the city.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tina Payton.
Hi, good evening. Before you start calculating my time, so am I allowed the 2 minutes now and then another 3 minutes later, or how is that working?
That's correct. Everyone gets 2 minutes during this hearing, and everyone gets, who would like to speak during the public comment of the regular council meeting, gets 3 minutes then as well.
So will you be making comments in between, or are you going to call the people again?
As to whether, I mean, there will be responses in writing given to questions that were raised within 2 weeks. If council members want to speak up in between, they'll certainly be able to do so. I have people who've signed up for one hearing, some who signed up for the other, some who signed up for both. So when we go into regular public comment, I'll call on everybody who signed up for regular public comment. Candidly, Ms. Payton, you don't show up on my list as having signed up, but if I can add you to the list right now.
Well, I would like you to add, yes, because
You got it.
I thought there was going to be handled differently.
You got
Okay,
it.
so I'm going to make a comment twice. This is my first conversation. So I would like to say first, no notice. I have said this many times. I personally myself should have received 6 notices about this meeting as well as any other meetings held. There was no notice given for all these other previous meetings, and you said you put it up in City Hall. Well, we have COVID, and then you can't go to City Hall. So how are you going to put a notice in City Hall and expect people to see it? So I believe this whole process is in violation for inadequate notice from the beginning. And Ms. Linwall at Economic Development clearly stated how the notices should be received. I have property in the TIF and never received a notice about the property in the TIF. So we need to think about this here, about voting on anything with improper notice. Also, affordable housing. I'm sick of the words affordable housing. When you want to put high rises up and then put 2 one-bedroom units and call it affordable housing. We already have too much affordable housing that is available in this 5th ward, and then you keep wanting to disguise these projects and giving favors to people. The people in the ward should decide, and also in the whole city of Evanston should be talking about how this TIF should be going, not a prepared statement by outsiders about what we should do with our city.
15 seconds.
Also, we need to know about what has already happened with money, such as the $10 million that was put on the roof of City Hall, and now you're planning on selling it. This money is being shifted around recklessly, and you need to have more input, and there should be meetings, many more meetings than this one, because it was improper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tricia Connolly. Is Tricia Connolly in the Zoom? Okay, we can come back to her later as well. The next speaker is Carlos Sutton. Mr. Sutton, are you?
Yes, I'm trying to get on right now.
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Sure can.
First, Mayor Biss, thank you for giving us participation. Again, we as black members of the Fifth Ward are being observers to a bait and switch. I was told by many members of HUD earlier that your neighborhood is the prime neighborhood for gentrification. I've seen it in my block. I've seen it in my new neighbors. I know that my time is up in this city. But let me tell you one thing, Mayor and the members of the City Council. If you proceed with these kinds of sham hearings, the only thing you're asking for is a class action lawsuit. I am abhorred. I am angry that you disrespect us and that you show no respect. And even when my own alderman says he didn't even want to hear comments from us this evening. It's a travesty of democracy. And I'm ashamed of everyone on that board, but I agree with all the previous speakers and Cicely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. For very brief reply, Councilmember Burns.
Mr. Sutton, I was one of the few council members up here that asked for this to continue on as a public hearing, as I thought it would be in a manner that would allow for both questions and responses. And I voted no to the scenario that we're operating in under now. So I don't know what you heard, but it wasn't from me, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be David Staub.
Council members, I have lots of questions, but I'm going to just limit myself to one comment that I don't think has been made. And that is that several people have said that this would take money from the schools, and it doesn't take money from the schools, it takes money from the residents of the city. I guess you want to see my ugly face. Basically, the way that the taxes work, my tax bill is 90% either City of Evanston or the school districts. So to the extent that they are basically contiguous with each other, the school district is going to turn its levy over to the Cook County Treasurer, and that money is going to be on the tax bills whether these parcels are included or not. So basically, it's just moving money around. You're going to get $10 million from other tax bodies, 10% of the $90 million. So you're going to get some money from the Mosquito Abatement District and some money from Cook County and the Forest Preserve District. But the bulk of it is just going to come out of other residents' taxes. And the truth of the matter is that I am in favor of the things that you say that you're going to use the tax increment financing for, but things like workforce development and low-income housing, affordable housing, all those things are needed in lots of areas in the Fifth Ward. And
15 seconds.
Not just in these little pockets between Dewey and Darrow and, you know, the triangle that includes Jackson. I think that we need to look at other ways to finance that, and that the TIF is just the wrong idea at the wrong time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Charles Ra. Is Charles Ra in the Zoom? Okay, we can go back to him as well. The next speaker is Doreen Price. Is Doreen Price there?
Oh,
there you go.
Yes, I have to unmute. Thank you. I really am with all the other speakers, especially the residents of the Fifth Ward who represent a really great group of people who are trying their best to have the best done for their community and in essence for the rest of us, because the issues that are in the community reflect in general issues that should be a concern to everyone. And to make it short, I can give you the analogy would be, why are we putting vulnerable residents at risk in terms of economic development and not providing any, really, it doesn't sound like a very substantial plan to help with regard to people who want to stay there or if they're being displaced. And if bonds are funded through increased real estate taxes or regressive revenue generation, which we know revenue generation and fines and fees are really high if you're lower middle income, and now we have the sliding middle class or declining middle class, and there's really no recognition of that, and everybody in terms of what we're talking about right now is talking about that need as well. So how are we going to address it with a TIF alone if we don't address it for the whole community? So I'm looking forward to our new leadership and well-being at the fore. And I think that how will the year-end budget cuts that continually defund health and human services restore who we are and community we want to be, especially transitioning to prosperity, fragile in the wake of COVID-19. And I think we lose sight of that, and we've come a long way, and we have so much further to go. And something like this strikes me as premature when we have to really help people right now where they are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sue Lolbach.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to say, I think that I speak to this primarily from an affordable housing perspective, working at Connections for the Homeless and for Joining Forces for Affordable Housing. The three main barriers that we typically see to creating new affordable housing are, number one, money, number two, community acceptance, community embracing the new affordable housing, and three is really a lack of intentional planning, being ready to jump on the opportunity when it's there. I applaud the city for looking for ways to solve the money problem. And while I'm not sure that in the budget, in the plan, there's quite enough money there, I would like to see more for affordable housing. This is a unique opportunity to create more affordable housing. However, without the community acceptance and without a real plan for where the housing should go, how it should be funded, whether it's subsidies or new housing, and having a plan for that, not only in the Fifth Ward, but in the rest of the community. I think it's going to be very hard to use that money effectively. So I know Mr. Zamazak did refer to planning processes and community input, and I would hope that a next step, as if this does move forward, would be to really focus on those two pieces so that we do get what the community feels is right for them and can actually, work and provide input on a plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ryan Jacobs. Is Ryan Jacobs there? Okay, let me go back through the list of everyone who's been called on who did not appear. Starting with Linda Del Bosque. Tricia Connolly. Charles Ra. And Ryan Jacobs. Are any of the four of you in the Zoom? Again, that's Linda Del Bosque, Tricia Connolly, Charles Ra, and Ryan Jacobs. Okay, hearing none. If any of you are having trouble connecting for technical reasons, again, please do send in comments or questions. For those of you who didn't have a chance to ask everything that was on your mind during the course of your 2 minutes, I would also encourage you to send questions in writing. And as you heard, the commitment was that replies would be given in writing within 2 weeks and made available for the whole community to see. Seeing no others seeking to provide comment, I would entertain a motion to close this hearing, starting with Councilmember Fleming.
Just have a quick question for clarification, and this is, the city manager's gone, but I was just gonna, there was that timeline. Is there another, what is the next step in this? Because obviously everyone who came tonight, not only did they have questions, it sounds like a lot of people have some strong concerns, and so I'd hate to put that on just Councilmember Burns to deal with via ward meeting. So what's the next step? Maybe Paul or somebody can answer.
Yeah, Paul, can you jump in?
Sure. I honestly have to thank you for the question, Councilmember Fleming. I really have to yield to the ward alderman in this case. The first thing I'm going to do is respond to all the questions, and there were some that I understood were multiple pages long. I need to see those. I can watch the video and I can commit to getting those answers hopefully quicker than 2 weeks. But it feels to me, going into this meeting, we had always planned to have a follow-up meeting kind of led by Councilmember Burns. So I want to kind of yield to that and figure out next steps. But we're not in a rush to, kind of quote unquote jam this through. There's plenty of time left to get lots of public input in to answer questions. So,
Councilmember Burns.
I just want to make a quick comment to say that one thing that I promise is that, and this is for everybody who's tuning in tonight, whether you're in well, really in particular for Fifth Ward residents, you are never going to catch me in a position where I am selling out the ward and not thinking in the best interest of the ward. And I just want to make that, commitment and make that very clear. I don't know where these comments came from. And Mr. Sutton, I got a lot of respect for you. I don't know where that came from, but it was so opposite from what I actually said that it's a little frustrating and just concerning. I advocated for, which I think everybody here in the audience could attest to, a public hearing, again, that was in line with my expectations, which was questions and responses. To Betty, and I'm going to finish up with this, but with Betty Esther, I sent out in my last newsletter, Fifth Ward newsletter, I sent out a frequently asked questions. I included a frequently asked questions document that said exactly what you said you wanted when we talked on the phone, that talked about the definitions of TIF, that answered frequently asked questions. I made sure that this hearing was actually noticed on the City of Evanston's website. My last Fifth Ward meeting was in large part dedicated to TIF, and Paul, Economic Manager, Development Manager Paul Zalmazak was on the meeting. There was 40 people there to respond to questions in the meeting, and at that meeting also committed to holding a much larger TIF meeting in the ward, and we'll do that sometime in August. So I'm going to work with Paul Zalmazak. I'm going to work with the TIF consultant and, of course, the community, and try to schedule a date sometime early next month. And I want to make sure we get proper notice. We can even try to send out a postcard, and email and do whatever we can to get the word out. So, again, I am all for public participation, community engagement. It's what I committed to do from the very beginning, and I have done everything that I said I was going to do. Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to acknowledge the members in the room, or the community members in the room, and the ones participating via Zoom, that I don't think 2 minutes of public comment without any back and forth is a sufficient and adequate public hearing. I'm the one who made that motion. I just want to be clear. I made that in an expeditious manner, given the agenda that we have tonight, so we can get out of here before 2 o'clock and still have some brain power left to have other important discussions on other items in the agenda. So I don't want this to be the end of the community discussion. Councilmember Burns has additional events scheduled. I don't know whether it makes sense to officially characterize them as hearings or town halls or what have you, but I am committed to being part of a process where the community is engaged, is fully engaged, and questions from the community are answered to their satisfaction.
Thank you. Well, next we'll have Councilmember Reed, followed by Kelly.
I'll just say, as a matter of practice moving forward, when we have our next public hearing, we should really, the council members have the opportunity to speak with staff at almost any point. So we should certainly, if we're looking to cut time, cut the council questions and just allow the floor for residents to ask questions. And, we'll see this again at some other point. So I'll just leave my comments there.
Councilmember Kelly.
So, can we own that it was an error to schedule a public hearing on TIF, a bond hearing, and a city council meeting in the same evening? Was that an error or was that not an error? To me, it seems like that was not a good idea, and I think it's important, if that was not a good idea, to acknowledge it so we don't make that mistake again in the future.
Sure, I can address that. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Totally understand the sentiment and the feedback and the concerns, and we can look to switch up the way we do this in the future, but we have historically done this process exactly the same way that we've done it tonight. And so that is the way we proceeded with this evening. And in 17 years, I have never seen it done a different way. And I'm always open to do it in different ways. So I think, the feedback has been heard, and the next time we have a public hearing, it likely won't be on the same night as a council meeting.
Seeing no one else seeking to speak, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Councilmember Nguyen moves that we close the public hearing. Is there a second? Councilmember Fleming seconds. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Suffredin. Aye. Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming. Aye. Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
On a vote of 8-0, the motion passes and the public hearing is closed. We move on to the next item of the agenda, which is mayor announcements and proclamations. I have no announcements. I have no proclamations. I also want to just speak briefly to what just occurred. I think it's important to acknowledge that there is a significant amount of lingering mistrust about the way in which public input is heard and received and acted upon by the folks that sit up here. I think that distrust is a defining characteristic of aspects of the relationship that exists right now. I think in light of that lack of trust, there is a tendency to try to find solutions that are kind of embedded in process. Let's tweak public comment a little bit to improve it so that we can improve the interchange and get rid of that lack of trust. I understand that and I respect it. It's not where I come down. I feel like the tools that are given to us by state law, whether they're in the form of the public hearing we just had or public comment generally, they're important. It's important for us to comply with state law. I don't think that's where public input needs to end. And I have made an effort in the couple months I've been mayor so far to be completely accessible to anybody, to hold public comments or anybody gets a turn, public meetings or anyone gets a turn at a mic, to say yes to meetings, to be transparent about my views. I think it's in all of the different tools for public input that we have that we're going to establish a functional relationship that will erode that kind of lingering distrust that we felt some of in the room today. So I'll say, I thought the decision that was made about how to handle public comment was uncomfortable, and I understand why it upset people, but I think it was the best of a collection of bad options we had, because the alternative was also not respectful to the community. That's the alternative of having important public business carried out after midnight. That's the alternative of having the council fuzzy in our minds when it comes time to act on those public matters. And so to me, the responsibility that places on us is to find continued mechanisms to have the dialogue that the public has the right to expect. Some of that will happen in this room at that podium. Some of this will happen in a variety of other means, like the ones that Councilmember Burns outlined. And I think it's the totality of all that interaction that I'm focused on making sure is adequate and robust and inclusive. And I would ask that folks in the community hold us accountable and hold us accountable to make sure that we're having all the conversations we need to have, knowing that some of those conversations may not happen in this room, but are equally important to the project of making sure that we're making decisions with the community's input and values and priorities in mind. With that, the next item on our agenda is the city manager's public announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no announcements this evening.
Thank you. The next item is communications from the city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no announcements as well.
Thank you. So that brings us to public comment. And as I indicated, a number of people indicated desire to speak. Some who are in the room, some via Zoom. We'll again begin with those who are in the room, and everyone will, as I indicated, get 3 minutes. So we begin with Mike Vasilko.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've been very kind in how you're trying to handle all of these issues. So this, in my opinion, the city manager and her staff are pushing too much information in front of you and expecting you to rubber stamp whatever they're asking for. The last election, and the city manager just spoke about this, the last election was about changing the mentality of doing just that. It was about changing the city manager methods and bringing transparency to and bringing citizens into the process. That change is needed, as it was clearly reflected tonight. I brought attention to this, to the issue of debt in several emails today and over the weekend. I pointed out that when we talk about debt, we're not talking about the entire debt. So in the audit on page 153, it says the total direct debt and our portion of the overlapping debt with other agencies is $572,558,660. So this, you know, the CFO, the city manager, never talk about that. We're always talking about little bits and pieces of the debt, but we have a huge debt. And so when we ask for more debt, more GO bonds to be spent, we should be thinking of that in terms of how that's adding to the bigger picture, the much bigger picture that nobody likes to talk about. So if you look on page 48 of 161 of the GO bond document, you know, staff is asking you to approve $250,000 to renovate a fire station that I believe had a roof leak. That was not budgeted for. They're also asking you for $125,000 for a service center study. They're asking you to approve $200,000 for a Civic Center planning and design services study, and $600,000 for a facilities contingency, among other non-emergency funding requests. Staff issued an RFP for consulting services to study the relocation of the main police department building and the Civic Center functions to another building. Where are the funds to build a new police department building and a new Civic Center? Where's that money coming from? And why are we allowing staff to run out and get RFPs or proposals from consultants to work on these projects, and the Civic Center property has not even been brought to the city council or to the community as a discussion to be sold? There are other things going on. There's another planned study to fix Fountain Square again. The architects and the engineers and the contractor should be responsible for that. 1 year into the Robert Crown Palace, there's cracking everywhere in the concrete. Who's going to be paying for that? These are things that we rely on our staff to do properly, and I think there's some real soft spots in what staff has been producing for you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Evie Russell.
Three issues. When you publish a public notice in Evanston now, you make it impossible for people to read it who do not have a paid subscription, so be aware of that. Secondly, please pay Jordy the minuscule amount that is due to him for all his hard work he performed for the city. I worked in situations like his, where either I wasn't paid, but that was fine, or internships that were paid. But I could always afford not being paid. Jordy is not in that situation. He should be paid. Third issue, the issue of noise and disruptions caused by the many events hosted at the VA Post 42 has been a big problem, especially for the residents of the Cecil Apartments on Central Street near the canal. This issue dovetails with the issue of precedent we raised in various city meetings since 2019 regarding NU's two-year pilot program. It seems to me that since Out of Space is allowed to host concerts, the VA Post has ridden on the coattails as a type of precedent to host their own and more frequent events. These events cause much negative impact on the quality of life of residents subjected to the noise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ray Friedman.
Thank you. Good evening again. I have to tell you, I feel used and abused, and I appreciate your comments, Mayor Biss, about public comment, and I don't even want to read this again, but on May 24th, your words were, I was thanking you for your new ad hoc committee, and I said your words are very encouraging when you spoke of public input, that this work cannot be successful without meaningful and significant public input beyond what's achievable through state-mandated public comment sessions at our meetings. And I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any conversations. I've been talking about it for 4 years. And I don't know that you've had conversations with your ad hoc committee with the public. I haven't heard any. In any case, I'd like to, that's not what I wanted to say. Real quick, if I can read this that I started an hour ago. This TIF must not be taken lightly, as never has so much public and Northwestern tax-exempt land in an expensive neighborhood been included in a TIF. This, as you know, means that there is no current tax base to help our city and school expenses for the next 23 years. And the amount coming from retiring TIFs in 27 and 28 are minimal compared to what this land will potentially siphon off from the schools and city. The potential negative ramifications of implementing this TIF negatively impacts every taxpayer and renter in our city. We deserve discussion for what is wrapped up in this TIF, and I'm asking you not to vote on this TIF tonight. The Fifth Ward Social Redevelopment Business Districts, what is the plan? Affordable housing, what is AMI? Is it for white or black people? Where and how much will it cost? Lead pipes, that is capital improvements project for all of Evanston. How is that being projected to be paid for? This TIF proposal, if passed, is going to sweep millions of tax dollars a year into the TIF and away from city and school budgets for 23 years, because the increment between vacant land and occupied land is tens of thousands of dollars. The land within the boundaries is not blighted, and development has been happening as much as in any other neighborhood. There are problems with individual property owners, but that is not a reason to create this TIF. This was written by Mary Rosinski, who has 40 years of real estate business here in Evanston. I would take her words very seriously. And by the way, at our second ward TIF meeting, I'm sorry, well, it was prior to TIF meeting, there was co-founder Trish Thomas of Everybody Eats is at 1611 Church Street is looking for $8 to $10 million for her TIF. Can I just say thank you to Jonathan Newsma for his ward meeting and brilliant idea for 4 jars, taking pennies and putting them in, so there we have some indication of where we think money should go. Okay,
your time is up.
I understand. My time was up 3 hours ago.
Thank you very much. The last speaker for in-person public comment is Christine Webler. Is there? All right, so we'll move on to. Oh, yep. Sorry. Well, there might be a clerical error, but go ahead. Ms. Rosinski, you can give your comment for the regular meeting.
I think I did get an acknowledgement.
Right now, the mayor is going through the people who signed up in person. Any online signups will be next. But
no, I mean, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
You're
Okay,
entitled to speak, but for the record, you're online, you're not
time.
listed as.
I appreciate
Go ahead.
this. One of the concerns I have with all this is an all-city issue when we talk about the TIF, because of the magnitude of the amount of public land and the fact that our city hall is in it. And I think that we need more than just to have to put all the burden on Councilmember Burns to educate and explore and discuss this. We are talking millions and millions of tax dollars over 23 years, which will be swept into the TIF fund. So I can't say enough how much public meetings and transparency, and I know you all want to go there. So please, let's make those things really, really easy to find out. They should be in the ward newsletters that are coming out, because we have no other project that is as big as this project is that's going to rely on tax dollars and impact so many people. I have had now 2 or 3 times people say, but Mary, there's been many public meetings. I'm sorry, there have not been. Now that involved having this report, the public meeting that was on some Zoom thing, I don't know anyone I know who's been interested in this, no one knew about it. So I don't know how people found out about it, but to them, I would love the link on it. But that meeting was on the 15th, and I think we didn't get the real draft until the 23rd. I missed it, so I don't know if it was present at that time. And then all that list of notices that was in the Kane McKenna report, those are notices put up places. That is not communicating with your public. I'm sorry. This reminds me of someone for that Robert Crown, Don Wilson, who used to say, well, there were so many meetings. Well, there were 24 meetings. There were 4 public meetings, and everything else was a stakeholder meeting, and you had to have been invited. And when I went to one that I wasn't invited to, and with a number of people, the meeting was closed. It was ended early because the questions from the people who were invited were asked, and the questions we were asking were, well, we weren't invited, so the meeting's over. So this is the sort of stuff I know will not happen in this council, because I can see all in your eyes, you're like, we won't do that to you guys, because the public in this city is amazing, and as a good friend of mine, Lori Keenan, used to say, is that the effort and energy of the people in this city can run a small country. And please, let's tap into it and not step all over it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We now
I apologize. One other thing. I'm so sorry. I want to tell you, as you know, I'm in real estate, and when I was reading the report, I could go point by point by point about what's wrong. But out of the last 874 properties that sold in Evanston in the last 24 months, over 777 of them are over 60 years old. 548 are over 91 years old. So that as a criteria is nonsense. Everybody in Evanston and all of our communities, all of our wards were built before the comprehensive plan. Everything in there that they're saying is just wrong. I'm sorry, thank you.
Thank you. A very quick reply from Councilmember Kelly.
Just as a point of information, Erica, could you tell us where was this noticed? I'm a little bit confused about when I heard Evanston Now. Is that the journal that it was the hearing, the TIF hearing? Or how was it noticed?
I would defer to the TIF consultant to talk about the noticing.
City manager, can I respond on behalf of the consultants because they're no longer on the call? We typically don't ask questions during public hearing. The public was mistaken in saying that it was advertised in Evanston Now. That's not true. It was advertised multiple times in the Evanston Review. Again, it's a state statute requirement. That's the minimum. That's not what we depend on. We've used newsletters. We've gone 18 months ago to the city council. We went to fifth ward meetings prior to the city council, and we've had public meetings with the current council member in the fifth ward. So we've met the minimums, but I would argue that we've exceeded the noticing requirements.
I was referring just for this hearing tonight.
Excuse me, Evanston
Yes,
Review, you have to pay to read it, both online and on paper.
I understand that the state law requires that it's advertised in the newspaper of record. I'm not going to defend the state law. I'm just going to tell you that we've met the minimum standard for that particular notice, in addition to the other things we've done and we've discussed tonight.
Why can't you pass flyers out to all of the residents?
Thank you. I think we're going to have to move on to give everyone who signed up for public comment a chance to comment. But it's good to note that there's concern about this issue and it bears being revisited. The next person seeking to give comment is, as we continue through our online commenters, is Jacob Isaacson. Is Jacob Isaacson in the Zoom? Okay, we'll move on then to Demo Bratsolias. Is Demo Bratsolias in the Zoom? Looks like no. Next is Dan Cusick.
Greetings. I was wondering if I could share a screen with you guys briefly.
Give us 1 second to work on that.
Mayor, he should be able to.
It's shared, I believe. So I'd like to comment about the proposal that's floating around out there about food trucks and parking on the lakefront. In the interest of transparency, I don't believe something like this should be done for introduction and action on one night with no public notice. And my wife has written a letter to Alderperson Wynn and Mayor Biss and City Council colleagues that my whole family has signed upon. So I'm going to read that briefly if I can. We are writing to express our grave concern for the proposal to permit food trucks on Evanston's lakefront. We are especially concerned about the environmentally detrimental impact this will have on the community and the lack of study that has been done on this subject. Without a doubt, food trucks will add an increased level of noise, air, and solid matter waste pollution, as well as traffic to the lakefront and surrounding residential neighborhoods. This is an enormous concern for Evanston, as it is already struggling to manage the solid waste the solid waste matter along the lakefront. There are food containers, beverage containers, truck-produced ice cream wrappers, and an endless supply of a variety of trash dumped along the lakefront street curbs on a daily basis. This waste is not collected by Evanston's waste management and would remain there or blow into the lake all week, except for a group of private citizens who pick up and dispose of this strewn trash. Our lakefront garbage cans are not adequate, numerous enough, or serviced frequently enough to handle the garbage situation along the lakefront. These photos, the current trash problem is a public health crisis and a biohazard, and people and wildlife along the lakefront are suffering from it. There is also a concern for the traffic that these trucks will create. We have lived in Evanston long enough to know that large emergency vehicles sometimes need to access the lakefront. How will these food trucks and related traffic impact and congestion and access for the emergency vehicles be impacted? How will these food trucks impact our struggling restaurant businesses downtown? If we are truly trying to raise tax dollars, shouldn't we be supporting our current brick and mortar restaurant establishments, our downtown business district, especially after the last difficult couple of years? Lastly, remember the 2004 study for the recommendation of a marina in
15
Evanston?
seconds.
Remember how eloquently Alderman Newman spoke to the city? He reminded us that Evanston Lakefront is not a business district and it is not for sale. It's a precious, beautiful, green, open space enjoyed by people, pets, and wildlife. Our treasured lakefront should not be traded away for tax dollars and allowed to be degraded by increased environmental pressures. What message are we sending to the next generation? The city is just not doing its job right now. So why
your time is up.
would we want it to get worse?
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Betty Esther.
Hi. I do want to answer Alderman Burns' question when he stated that he did send me information about the Tiff. I got 2 emails from him, and I didn't get the newsletter. I don't know what happened. I went looking for it, so I didn't see the survey, but that's not what I was asking for. A survey. I was asking for a document that has that information in it. That document that y'all went over, the 100 pages from the consultant, that was asking that to be shared with the community. He did send me the 2 emails. I did send it back, and one of them was about the April meeting, which was when it went to the State's General Assembly for them to okay the TIF if the council approved it. The other one was, a couple of dates and everything, and with the economic committee where they would be discussing it. I did go to the economic committee and they didn't discuss it. It was at the end. Oh, we have gone to 9 o'clock. So we will discuss this at the next economic committee meeting, which would come after the July 12th meeting. So that was the response I got. And to show you that I'm not saying anything wrong, look at my Facebook page, Betty Sue Esther, and that's wrong. Oh, look up the meaning, the difference between community meetings and public meeting. You're talking to the community, and that is different when you are talking in the public to have a decision on something. In a community meeting, you are giving information to the residents in that community. That's all we had asked for. That's all we had asked for. If you want to know what we thought of the TIF, look up the West Side Evanston Master Plan. We have stated in there what we wanted in the community then, and if we had
15
got what
seconds.
we asked for, this community would be even striving more and more valuable. You wouldn't need another TIF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Barbara Janes. Is Barbara Janes in the Zoom?
I'm here.
Terrific, thank you.
Barely, but I'm here. I'm back on food trucks. Food trucks are once again on the City Council agenda. I urge you to vote no on food trucks on the lakefront. So what's wrong with food trucks on the lakefront? Environmentally, food trucks along the lake would be a disaster. Cooking food requires generators that spew out pollution. Running engines create noise and pollutants, and food waste disposal can be problematic and bring rats. That is not the scene that anyone would find appealing. Over and over again, people will say that one of the main reasons they moved to Evanston is our beautiful lakefront. This beautiful lakefront is the result of generations of Evanstonians working diligently to maintain the tranquil enjoyment of the lakefront open to all. Families flock to the lakefront parks for picnics and barbecues. People walk and ride bikes along the lake. Just because food trucks seem to be the in thing at the moment does not mean that we throw out our values out the window. That would be short-sighted and detrimental to our environment. The original proposal to have food trucks along the lakefront was to generate revenue. According to city records, food trucks in 2019 brought in $1,400 to the city. This pittance amount will not cover the added cost for city staff to inspect the licensed truck, ensure non-licensed vendors do not set up along the lakefront, and ensure the removal of waste generated by the trucks and patrons. Financially, food trucks make no sense. And once again, the Lakefront Master Plan is the planning document the council should use until that document is changed. And according to the Lakefront Master Plan, minor facilities have been described as prepackaged or refrigerated foods, drinks, and necessities such as sunscreen, while excluding significant facilities such as grills and kitchens. Whenever decisions
15
about
seconds.
the lakefront are made, it is necessary to follow the existing Lakefront Master Plan. With no compelling need and all the detrimental factors surrounding food trucks, the council should vote no on food trucks. And I would agree, tonight you can't do both of them on the same night, but vote it down tonight so you don't have to worry about it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Reynolds.
I am here.
Oh, great. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Just a moment, please. There we go. Good evening. I would like to speak to lakefront parking. Charging for parking along our lakefront is a first step toward commercializing what has always been a free and open park, just like every other park in Evanston. In general, charging for on-street parking produces two results. It ensures turnover and it generates revenue. Clearly, this ordinance is not intended to ensure turnover, as that is not an issue at the lakefront. Its sole purpose is to raise revenue. I believe that the cost of enforcement will exceed the revenue generated for the simple reason that there is ample free parking around the corner or within a block of the areas proposed by the ordinance. People will simply park where it is free. The parking department has given us examples of communities that charge for parking close to their waterfronts: New Buffalo and St. Joseph, Michigan, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, and Santa Monica and Long Beach, California. The geography in those communities is very different from ours in Evanston. I drove through New Buffalo and St. Joe last week. Their situations are entirely different from ours. In both communities, the lakefronts are in commercial areas and there is no free parking nearby. If you want to get to the vicinity of their lakefront parks by car, you have to park in a parking lot, and you obviously have to pay. If you look at Lake Geneva and Santa Monica on Google Maps, it is clear that there as well, there is no free parking within a reasonable distance. For a proposal such as this, most communities would do a parking study to, at a minimum, determine how many non-Evanston residents are parking at the lakefront. It would give you some indication of possible revenue to compare against the capital and enforcement expenses that you know you will incur. No such study has been done to support the proposed ordinance. If this ordinance is approved, the city will get some revenue from those willing to pay for convenience, those who unwittingly park in a pay area and receive a ticket, and Evanston residents who see a pay station and don't realize they are exempt. The city will also get revenue on major holiday weekends when the neighborhoods are already fully parked and there are no other options. But will it generate enough revenue to even cover the cost of enforcement? From my experience with Evanston parking, I doubt it. And if it doesn't, will there be a push to charge everyone as suggested by Councilman Reed? It is ironic that while we make the beaches more economically equitable, we are attempting to make access to the lakefront parks less so. Let us remain a welcoming community and let us keep our lakefront open and free. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In case she is now in the Zoom, the next speaker is Linda Del Bosque. Are you present now?
Mayor, she had to drop off.
Got it. Thank you. The next speaker then is Tina Payton.
Check your records. Can any of you explain why my family is the only house on the block at Emerson and East Railroad? Eminent domain. The city of Evanston and Northwestern University put their name on our house when we would not sell it to them for a measly $90,000. Since then, the city has been relentless in harassing our family over our properties. The city has sued us 7 times over the last 30 years. The city has spent your tax money trying to eliminate us from this community. I have proof, and all of what I say is documented. What did the city replace my neighborhood with for the research park? It's not affordable housing. It's been replaced with E2 and office space. None of my old neighbors could afford to move back on this block. Why do you have eminent domain language in the proposal if it's not a possibility? Because you plan on using it. Remember Cabrini Green and Robert Taylor homes? Where are those people now? Replaced by luxury homes and not back in the neighborhood. Be alarmed, Black people. Let's look locally at Wesley, Darrow, Simpson, Foster, Garnett, etc. If you are Black and grew up here, you know these blocks were mostly Black owned and now mostly white or other. Can you afford to live here again? Black people, the city is not trying to help you find affordable housing with only 77 units of affordable housing created in the last 18 years out of over 2,200 luxury unit in high rises. City Hall, prime property, will not be affordable housing. Funny how the most dilapidated properties in the 5th Ward is not owned by a Black person on Jackson and Emerson. She continuously makes the Fifth Ward look like the ghetto, and the city supports it, now with TIF money. The city officials continue to allow black owners in the Fifth Ward to be harassed, while white or other owners get a free pass. TIF is gentrification. Like another person said, why don't you use ARPA money instead? You also mentioned many times that Emerson and Asbury should get TIF money. Are you giving our former Alderman Ruth Simmons TIF money to start her new business called First Repair at Emerson and Asbury? Or are you just giving Brenshaw, who received $18.1 million to do the NSP2 project in the Fifth Ward?
15 seconds.
I hope that you, City Council, and the mayor, and all city officials will work to make a better city for all, not just the select few. Are you part of the system or the solution? Vote no for the 5/5 TIF and vote no to A6. All Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carlos Sutton.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay. First, Mayor Biss, I want to thank you for showing some sensitivity and compassion to the concerns of all the residents. It's been mentioned earlier that all the notifications have met the state standards. It's one thing to meet the state requirements. It's another thing to meet the moral requirements that provides for an equitable, livable city for all residents. It was also mentioned that we will have a meeting on August 5th. I do not apologize for any statement that I've made about my concerns about the Fifth Ward and the new elected officials. I assume that you will be doing everything in our best interest, but past history does not show me. When it was mentioned that we were doing this in accordance with the way we did it in the past, that to me was a justification for further marginalization and the continuous systematic racism that has been perpetrated on residents of the Fifth Ward my entire life. Let's get to a point where we can have an honest discussion. Let's get to a point where the people who will be adversely affected will have some kind of say-so in determining their future. Biss, I'm counting on you. We voted for a more progressive city council to consider our concerns, not get rid of us, but work with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ryan Jacobs.
Yeah, my comment is pretty brief, but I just wanted to voice strong vociferous opposition to the idea of selling the Civic Center. I think it's completely ridiculous. And I just don't understand how selling the Civic Center to private developers is going to help people or the neighborhood across Green Bay Road. It just makes absolutely no sense to me. And it sounds like the way the TIF district has been drawn is just basically a self-interested way for the city to get rid of a property that it doesn't want to improve. So, thanks.
Thank you very much. I believe the three people who were not did not respond when called on were Demo Bratsolius, Jacob Isaacson, and Linda Del Bosque. Are any of the three of you in the Zoom?
This is Priscilla Giles, and you didn't call on me.
Okay. I have you only signed up here for the TIF hearing, which is why, but of course you're entitled to speak now as well, so please go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you. We, the people of the Fifth Ward, ask for job training, housing restoration, and housing affordable for the people who live here. Those are our main objectives. What we are getting is a new Fifth Ward TIF, which does not address either or any of those. What we need is job training with jobs, housing for the longtime residents, poor and underserved. We Black people can take care of ourselves and property if we have those goals met. Please do not vote for the 5th Ward TIF, even with the City Council building, which is not blighted in the TIF area. The TIF is another way to seal the goal of gentrification and what was called Negro removal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And unless I'm mistaken, that brings us to the end of our public comment session for the evening. So with that, we move to the consent agenda. The only item that I think must be pulled off the consent agenda, correct me if I'm wrong, is H2, for which Council Member Reed requests suspension of the rules for introduction and action, and that would require a separate vote. Is there anything else people would like pulled off the consent agenda?
A7?
Sorry, A1, do you, I said H2.
Can you remove E1, please?
What was that, council member?
Can you remove E1, please?
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, could you please remove item A9?
You say A9?
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly?
A7? A7.
Oh, and I'm sorry, the bills list was amended, so that should be removed as well, I believe. So that's, oh, sorry, that's A1. You want that removed? Okay, so far I have A1, A7, A9, E1, and H2. Is there anything else? Okay, hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the whole consent agenda, save those 5 items.
I move approval of the consent agenda, except items A1, A7, A9, and H2.
And E1?
And
E1?
E1.
Second.
Council Member Nguyen moves the approval of the consent agenda minus items A1, A7, A9, E1, and H2. Council Member Fleming seconds. Would the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
On this matter, the vote is 8 in favor and none opposed, and the consent agenda without items A1, A7, A9, E1, and H2 is approved. So that brings us to item A1. Would someone like to make a motion on that?
I move approval of item A1, the bills list in the amended and passed through the Administration of Public Works dollar amount of $3,100,000. I'm sorry, where am I? Yes, okay. Yes, well, the total amount. I'm just moving in the total amount of $3,107,482.32. $486? Yeah.
So what's the number?
$3,107,486.32.
Is there a second?
Second.
So Councilmember Reed moves approval of the bills list, which pursuant to an amendment made in APW is now in the amount of $3,107,486.32. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Fleming.
I have a question. So I did see the email with the invoice. I have several concerns, but one concern is if this is approved at the new amount, where does the funding come from? Because I realize that the city clerk's office from last term doesn't have quite the budget it had many years ago, and so I do not want to hinder Clerk Mendoza and her abilities to pay for something that was not a service that she acquired or she benefited from or whatever.
Councilmember Reed?
It'll come from, one, I've spoken with Clerk Mendoza about this expenditure. It'll come from the general fund as the clerk's budget comes from the general fund, and I think it'll appear as either from the general fund or as an item in the clerk's office's budget.
Clerk Mendoza, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, so when I spoke to Councilmember Reed about the money coming from my office, I had yet to be in office for too long. Since then, we've gotten a quote to digitize all of our ordinances and our resolutions, which would cost close to $13,399. And with the expenses of the codifying our city ordinances and resolutions of the work of this council, we would not have any money left. We'd actually be over budget in the clerk's office. And I'm actually, right now, still am asking for more money for our office for an additional staff member. So at that point, we would be way over budget. And we would need the approval of the city manager for that.
Point of information. So you wouldn't need the approval of the city manager, you'd need the approval of council. And I think if council is voting to pay this, we all understand what's going on here. And so I think we'll be able to make any appropriate adjustments to your budget to allow for the spending minus the $3,185.
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
Next will be Councilmember Nguyen, followed by Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask the Corporation Council if this invoice is appropriate for this council to pay, because the prior council received an invoice for this amount and denied it.
So it's a complicated answer, Councilmember Nguyen. Excuse me. So as I opined previously, the fact that the previous council denied the invoice allowed the contractor to rely on that action for his own rights, meaning if he wanted to sue the city for that amount, that's when the clock started, is when the council denied it. So his rights then started at that point to exercise against the city. The other issue is that it's an issue for 2020, and we are in 2021. And so I can't speak to the financial impact of that, but that is another complication in terms of him submitting the invoice. However, lastly, the one thing that I guess makes it a little easier is, according to this Prompt Payment Act, the last city council, what they did was they failed to approve his invoice, and so it can be resubmitted, which is what's happened now. But again, with those caveats of, you know, his rights, the clock has already started, as well as the financing with the finance question as to paying a 2020 invoice in 2021. But he is welcome to resubmit his invoice and for council to either approve it or disprove it.
Okay, thank you. I know I have one other question. So if by refusing to approve it at the last city council, during the last city council, I, as a member of that city council, believe that that was a denial of payment. Are you saying that by failing to approve it, we didn't deny to pay it? If we had, what was any other action available?
So I don't recall specifically what the vote was. I know that it was pulled from the consent agenda, and that the invoice was not approved for payment, and that the bills list on that particular date was passed without payment of his invoice. However, if the vote was an affirmative denial of his invoice, you are right, as that's final action by the city, and that's why his rights attach, in the sense that he has the right to take whatever means to get recovery at that point in time. However,
so in order to finalize this issue tonight, the council must first remove it from the bills list, deny approval, but then also affirmatively deny payment for the item. So it's two actions we must take in order to end this.
If you want to bring resolution to the matter tonight, that would probably be advisable, yes.
So first, we would take it out of the bills list, the amount.
No.
And then
it's over, but I was going to speak, so I spoke already, so that I.
Ms. Giles, you're still a part of our call. Oh, okay. All right. So first would be that we would take this out of this bills list, and we would approve the bills, and then second, we would move to deny the invoice.
Yes. Procedurally, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Reed.
I do want to also note that we could also end it by just approving it. If we approve it, it would also never come back to us again. So I move approval of we've moved and seconded it.
Okay, so no one else is seeking recognition. Oh, Councilmember Burns.
I just want to say I'm voting for this because we just shouldn't be saving money in this way. I know Jordy, he did the work, did a great job. He's always done a great job for the clerk's office. This was at a time where the clerk had already had a position reassigned to another department, had a clerk removed from his department, and this was, as far as I understand, within the clerk's office budget. As we argue and advocate now for the clerk to have the responsibility to hire and fire staff, that's something that the former clerk argued for. And if it's good for our current clerk, I think it was the right logical thing to do for our former clerk. So Jordy did the work. This is not how our city should be saving money. If we want to figure out how to make sure this doesn't happen again, we certainly can do that. But he did the work. And I think he deserves to be paid. This is like wage theft. Like this doesn't make sense for me. So I'll be voting for it.
Okay, so no one else is seeking recognition. I should just add that I made a commitment when this came up a few meetings ago to do my own investigation, and obviously you all are free to make up your own minds, but just want to share with you kind of what what I learned in that process. First of all, one thing I think is clear is that this person did work for the city, so I did work during the time provided, and so the question is about whether the city should be compensating the person for that work. I think ultimately the question hinges on really what Councilmember Burns just articulated, which is hiring authority in the clerk's office. There was a clear communication from the city's Human Resources Department, both to the worker in question and to then Clerk Reed, well prior to the period in question, indicating that it was not possible to bring him on, it was not possible to compensate him. He was made aware of that, but I think, again, there was a live dispute about whose call that really should have been, and ultimately I think where one comes down on this question should be closely tied to where one comes down on that question as well, of whether HR was authorized, had the authority to determine whether this person was brought on by the clerk's office to do this work in exchange for compensation. Councilmember Reed?
Okay. I'll go on to then ask Council Cummings about that question. So, Council Cummings, the city manager's office under our code, and forgive me, I sent it to you earlier. So, under code, Chapter 1, Section 8, Title 1, Chapter 1, or Title 1, Chapter 8, Section 1, the city manager is given authority over the various departments of the city. And then in Title 1, Chapter 9, Section 1, it lists the departments of the city, and the clerk's office is not listed as a department of the city. Is that a correct understanding?
The clerk's office is not a department of the city.
And the code says that the city manager is responsible for the operations of under Title 1, Chapter 8, Section 1, says the city manager is responsible for the departments of the city?
That's correct.
And so theoretically, because the clerk is an independently elected official, yes, the code does say that the city manager may, or it used to say, or fairly soon used to say that the city manager can hire and fire the deputy clerks. But as this person is not a deputy clerk, the finances of the clerk's office are subject to approval of the city council, but not the city manager. Is that?
So to the extent of employees, that's correct, but my understanding is a contractor, and the city manager has wide latitude over the how contractors are compensated up to a certain amount, in which case the city council is required to approve that expenditure.
Correct.
Just to add one important, or potentially at least important detail, I think another relevant question is about the budget. So as I understand it, this expenditure would have exceeded the budget of the clerk's office at the time, and so that's a consideration in determining the appropriateness of the clerk making the hiring determination without input from the outside. So that's just another relevant thing to consider. Councilmember Ravel.
Well, I just had a question as you're trying to jog our memory about what happened when. Is it not true there was basically a hiring freeze for the whole city staff, and so this wasn't aimed uniquely at the city clerk's office?
I would certainly not presume to speak to what was aimed at whom, but it is absolutely the case that there was a hiring freeze across the city organization. Councilmember Nguyen is next.
Mayor Biss, I call the question.
So
I have a legal question before you call the question. I'm sorry. One, I think we're talking about something that all of us are familiar with, but maybe the general public who's watching is not. And so what I would like to have happen is that this additional monies that we're talking about adding to the bills list be put in the public record at some point, because we are spending taxpayer dollars, and we need to make sure everyone who is paying into the tax base understands what we're spending their money on. So since this was not in the bills list, can we please make sure it is, whether it's passed or not, that it goes somewhere into an updated packet or something another? I mean, I don't want people, we're talking about paying somebody $3,000, whether they worked or not. It just feels not very transparent. And then my other only point is, I do think we should pay people for work they do, but I also think if someone, as an adult, is told that they're not going to be paid for something before they do it, then they should think through that before they accept a position. So, I think that the person who did the work has some ownership here in what they committed to do, understanding that they were told that they may or likely were not going to get paid for it.
Okay, the question has been called.
Point of information, and there wasn't a second yet, and hopefully we don't have to call the question. I think we're just done, because that would require a separate vote. But there was a second. There's a motion. I didn't hear the second to the call.
Councilmember Kelly seconded the motion, and so the motion is on the floor and has been debated throughout this time.
I'm sorry, to the call, the question.
Oh,
I
I'm
didn't hear
sorry.
a second to that. Yeah,
you're right.
To the point that was raised there was just a walkthrough with Corporation Counsel Cummings. Is that authority, the city manager does not have, is not responsible for the clerk's office. This is not a department of the city. But what's also key to note here is that, there wasn't a documented hiring freeze at the time, and in fact, there was hiring of employees and contractors throughout the organization during this time that this hiring freeze was in place. There are records that indicate that. And then to the last point, certainly when the council amends anything, whether it's the bills list or anything, and we vote on it, the amendment will be reflected in what's actually passed. And so there will be a... Yeah.
We need to make sure that it's in the record. That's what I wanted to make sure. People who are watching this and they hear us talking about something, they have no idea what we're talking about. So I wanted to make sure publicly that they knew it was going to be in the record after the meeting.
Certainly. Thank you.
Seeing no one else seeking to speak on this matter, would the clerk call the roll, please?
Could you clarify what we're voting on?
We are voting on the amended bills list. It was amended in Administration and Public Works, which is why I didn't demand an amendment in writing. I would have, though. And it is for approval of the bills that appear in the packet in addition to the compensation for the person under discussion for the bulk of this discussion, totaling $3,007,486.32. Does that answer your question, Councilmember? Okay. Would the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin?
No.
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming?
I know it's the entire bills list, but it's with the amended amount, so I'm thinking about my vote. I'm sorry, I was talking to Councilmember Reed. Yes.
Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
So that's a 4-4 tie, which I have to break, so I will vote no. And on a vote of 4 in favor and 5 opposed, the motion does not pass.
I move to hold the bills list.
I'll second.
We need to get these paid.
It's already been.
Let me first ask for opinion from Mr. Cummings. So an item can be held subsequent to the time that it's voted down, presumably to avoid a motion to reconsider being filed. Is that correct?
So under the current rules because the new rules haven't been approved yet, there are certain items that can be held.
Actually, I don't know that it matters, but they were in the consent agenda.
Oh, okay. I apologize. So with that being said, trying to find the new hold rule, but it used to be articulated that certain things can be held, and I believe that under the new rules now that this could be held for one council meeting. However, there is some issue in terms of payment. I don't know if any of these invoices that are on the bills list are within the 30-day threshold for us within the Prompt Payment Act. We're required to pay certain things within 60 days by state law.
Okay, well, there has been...
I'm happy to withdraw the hold if someone wants to change their vote, if we want to make sure that we can get...
Come on.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I move to override the hold.
Councilmember Nguyen moves to override the hold. Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a move to override the hold and a second. This motion will require 6 votes to pass. So would the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
You're voting to overrule the hold.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
By a vote of 6-2 exceeding the required 2/3 majority, the hold is lifted. And so I could now entertain a motion to reconsider on the no vote, which would enable an amendment to be made to the bills list. Councilmember Ravel?
I'm not quite sure how to word this. I move to amend the...
You have to move to reconsider your vote. So you vote on the prevailing side, so you can move to reconsider, so we undo our no vote, and then we could, then an amendment would be in order. Is that correct, Mr. Cummings?
No, we can just...
You can actually move to amend the item now without having to reconsider the no vote.
Okay. I stand corrected.
Okay.
Point of information, why, it was voted no, so it'd have to be reconsidered.
If you want to go through the exercise of reconsidering the bills list at that amount, that was the vote, was at that amount. Right now, it can be amended to a different amount, and then the council can take action.
I think Councilmember Reed's point is that a vote to approve the amended version wouldn't be in order until the vote that defeated it in the first place was reconsidered.
Correct. However, if there's an amendment to approve a different amount is what I'm
Change the bills.
saying.
Okay, I don't think the order matters very much, so I would entertain a motion that does either of these things, but let's do it.
What I think I want to do is move approval of the bills list in the amount of $3,104,301.32.
Second.
So I know this is going to come off as annoying, but I made a commitment, and I'm going to stick to it. I would like that amendment to be made in writing, please.
Sure.
So we'll stand at ease while council member.
I can do it.
Got it. So let me
Councilmember Newsma.
recognize Councilmember Newsma.
Okay, it's the amount that's on, it's right there, that number right there.
A minute to cut and paste and forgive any typos.
And I will call on you, Councilmember Reed, after this motion's been made.
I got it. Cut these I'm copying from a PDF, which is a hassle.
Can we submit it in writing, just on paper, that old-fashioned thing?
Here we go. I got it. City Council. Clerk Mendoza. Motion in writing. I move. Sent.
So I have in writing from Councilmember Newsma, I move approval of the City of Evanston payroll and bills list and staff, the staff recommendations. The City Council approve the City of Evanston payroll for the period of June 7, 2021 through June 20, 2021 in the amount of $3,087,535.76. And the bills list for July 13, 2021 in the amount of $3,104,301.32. Is there a second? So Councilmember Nguyen seconds that motion. Councilmember Reed.
So what Council Cummings just explained to us is that we're opening ourselves up to litigation by not paying this lawsuit. Council Cummings, can you please clarify, are we opening ourselves up to a lawsuit by not paying this?
I believe Councilmember Burns stated something to the effect that this is wage theft. So if he believed he had an action against the council for such an action, he has a little over a month to file his claim.
So we are opening ourselves up to a lawsuit that would cost more than paying this invoice for work that was done by a student, a young man who grew up in our community, graduated from ETHS, has been recognized by the League of Women Voters, has done tremendous work in the clerk's office for years. It was demonstrated that the clerk has the authority, that the city manager is not, that the clerk's office is not under the auspices of the city manager's office, and yet we're voting no on this.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, on September 24th, 2020, I sent the contractor a letter, CC'd the then Corporation Counsel, Kelly Gandersky, and the city manager, and spelled out the legal rationale and reasoning as to why the city council's action of denying the payment would be legally sound. So while there could be litigation that comes, I believe it is defensible as the Corporation Counsel.
As I was saying, whether it's defensible or not, what we are doing is, I do not understand why the council is voting no to pay a young man who did work for the city. And Mayor Biss, I'm truly shocked that you voted no. So I'll end there.
Councilmember Kelly.
I am too. I thought you were going to take some time to speak with Jordy, and I don't think you have yet. I'm also disgusted. Here we are about to look at a bonding out, setting the taxpayers back by millions and millions of dollars, including projects like $890, almost $1 million for McCullough Park, where residents have said, and this was actually scheduled for next year. We're looking at things like this, and we're talking about $3,000 for a student who did the work, understanding there was a lot of turmoil with the last city council, and we know there was, and there was a lot of hostility and issues going on. And now that we're actually going to withhold $3,000 from someone who in very, carried out the work in good faith, and he wasn't trying to steal anything. He did the work. He wasn't just here sloughing off and then billing us for $3,000. I mean, I'm just amazed at the kind of things that the millions and millions and millions that we can approve without, barely justification, overpayments, and now we're talking about $3,000 for someone who actually did the work, and we can dispute and say, he should have known he wasn't going to get paid. Everybody has to admit there was a lot of turmoil at the time around the clerk's office and the political environment, but he did the work.
Seeing that no one else is seeking recognition, would the clerk call the roll on the amendment that was made to the bills list?
Councilmember Suffredin? Aye. Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Fleming? Aye. Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
On a vote of 6 voting aye and 2 voting nay, the amendment passes. Now, Mr. Cummings, am I right in saying that the next thing necessary would be a motion to reconsider to allow this amended item to be voted on, or is there a different procedural approach that you have in mind?
So the different procedural approach that I had in mind is if a motion to be separately, since that has now been voted to exclude that particular invoice, if someone wanted to move to either pay or not pay that particular invoice would be the next step, because that dollar amount is missing. The only other thing that I would, I understand that everyone has received the email with the copy of the invoice, but I don't know if it was actually in the bills list.
Point of information, are invoices ever in the bills list?
There's
the
usually
amount
a listing.
is, but invoices aren't.
Yeah, but and if that's not the case, but my understanding is that they generally are listed. If that's not the case, then maybe no other action needs to be taken. But the amount was not paid, was not approved for payment. So unless someone wants to take a specific motion or an action against that specific invoice, I think that's up to the council.
Are you suggesting that the bills list itself has now passed?
The bills list in the amount of $3 million, I'm trying to pull up the number, I'm sorry, $3,104,301.32 did just pass.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah. So if someone made a motion to take action on that specific invoice, that would be the next step.
I move approval of Jordy's invoice.
I second.
So, Councilmember Reed moves approval of the specific invoice, and what amount precisely, Councilmember?
$3,185.00.
The amount of $3,185.00, and Councilmember Kelly seconds. And Clerk Reed, Councilmember Reed, I'm sorry, we're talking about the past.
Yes. I would just request that this vote goes differently than the other one, and that we pay this young man and avoid what will be inevitable litigation that will cost us more than $3,185. I guarantee it.
Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Suffredin? No. Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
And I vote no. And on a vote of 4 in favor and 5 opposed, the motion fails.
Let's move on, please.
That brings us to item A7. Would someone like to make a motion on A7?
I'll move item A7, ordinance 80-0-21, authorizing 2021 general obligation bond issues. Staff recommends approval. This is for introduction.
Councilmember Nusma moves approval of item A7. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Before we entertain discussion on this item, we need to pause and stand at ease for a few minutes while the technical issues regarding the YouTube stream can be addressed. Regarding item A7, is there any discussion?
Yes. I have a lot of questions. In fact, can I hold it at this point? Can I motion to hold it? Okay, so I want to motion to hold.
Second.
So Councilmember Kelly moves to hold item A7. Councilmember Reed seconds.
And I'm happy.
Recording in progress.
Can I talk to it?
No more
sorry.
debate.
Is there a motion to overrule the hold? There is no motion. Seeing none, I think we can move on to the next item. That brings us to item A9. Does anyone have a motion regarding item A9?
I move approval of item A9, ordinance 57021, amending the city code section 10-11-10, limited parking to add pilot parking program at various lakefront locations.
Councilmember Suffredin moves item A9. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Fleming seconds. And we'll hear first from Councilmember Suffredin and then Nguyen.
Thank you. I'd like to offer an amendment that we change the dates of the pilot program and we amend the end date from September 6, 2021 to October 31st, 2021.
I would like to request that you reduce that motion to writing, please, Councilmember.
I'm happy to do that.
I can second, but I have a question. Should we change the start date since we already passed July 1st, or do we not need to be that technical? I mean, I understand that if we pass it now, people understand it's starting right away, but didn't know legally if we need to change the.
And I don't know if I may.
Yeah, is Mr. Rivera in the Zoom?
Yeah, I would defer to Mike on that one.
Good evening, members of City Council. Mike Rivera, Parking Manager. Hello, can you hear me?
Rivera,
Yes, we
yeah,
can
my
hear you.
question, Mr. Rivera, was just because this says starting July 1st, and clearly we're past that, do we need to change the start date on here? And maybe this is even for Mr. Cummings.
If we're gonna extend it through October 31st, we can make the start date July 19th.
Okay, so I will include that in my amendment that I'm writing right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just, Tom, as you're writing that, I just want to point out that the actual ordinance attached says Memorial Day, even though the memo says July 1st.
Okay. So what?
So it could be July 19th, but I just want to make sure we change it in all the right places.
Okay. I just sent, presuming that I'm connected to the internet, an email.
You didn't copy the clerk, so I'm going to copy her now.
Oh, you're not on. I apologize.
Yeah. So Councilmember Suffredin writes that an amendment to amend the end date of this pilot to October 31st and amend the start date in all locations, especially the ordinance itself, to July 19th. And I believe Councilmember Fleming seconded. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
Great. Seeing no discussion on the amendment, would the clerk call the roll on the amendment? Oh, Councilmember Nguyen, do you want to speak to the amendment?
No, I want to speak to the main motion.
Okay, well, that'll come.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Another 4-4 vote. I vote aye, and on a vote of 5-4, the amendment passes. Councilmember Nguyen on the amended item A9.
The entire amended item, right, correct?
Correct.
The new, okay. I move to hold it.
And I'll second.
Second.
Councilmember Nguyen moves to hold. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Is there a motion to overturn return the hold? Seeing no such motion, item A9 is held. And this brings us to item E1. Is there a motion regarding item E1?
I move approval of the, I move approval for funding for the Chicago's North Shore Convention and Visitors Bureau for fiscal year 2021 in the amount of $41,805 for a period commencing July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Nguyen moves item E1. Councilmember Nusma seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Fleming.
Yep, no real discussion. I just pulled it off because I will not be supporting it.
Seeing no, Councilmember Reed.
As was noted, this came before the Economic Development Committee, and we heard a lot of comment about the Visitors Bureau. I think there are things that are positive to it, but as I mentioned in that committee, and what I'd like to see is more measurable data as to the impact. With other groups that do similar work like this in the private market, such as Groupon or other things, you can very clearly measure the impact of membership in Groupon or any of these other organizations that are similar to this, because and we don't have clear measurable data on the success of this program. I'm not really looking for any response or anything. I just want to state why I'm voting no.
Thank you. Councilmember Kelly.
Can we hear from
Ms. Beckman?
Ms. Beckman, Gina Beckman, to respond?
Just quickly, I did appreciate unanimous support from the Economic Development Committee, but I did, in my new submission of documents that you have got with the agenda, I did show all the deliverables and every measurement that we do show in a non-COVID year, because I understand that the new members of the council weren't used to my normal presentation, so that was in your packet. We count everything. We understand that we have to report our metrics. Obviously, during COVID and stay-at-home orders, people weren't meeting, visiting, staying in hotels. But I did show in that packet what we measure. And I pretty much in my new packet addressed all the issues that had come up during Economic Development Committee, even though I was lucky to get unanimous support.
Is there any further discussion on item E1? Seeing none, would the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Sufferton? No. Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Fleming, it's a no vote. Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
I believe on a vote of 6 in voting aye and 2 voting no. I'm sorry.
Sufferton, Reed.
My apologies, everybody. On a vote of 5 voting aye and 3 voting nay, item E1 passes. Thank you for your indulgence of my poor arithmetic up here. And that brings us to item H2. Would someone like to make a motion regarding rule suspension of item H2? Councilmember Reed.
I am not seeking suspension of the rules on item H2. What I'm going to do is move ordinance 73021, allowing for only push carts and not allowing food trucks at the lakefront, but only allowing push carts and non-food truck vendors at the lakefront.
I would happily entertain a second, but also definitely would like that in writing, since I'm not sure I understand it properly.
Second.
So Councilmember Reed makes the motion. Councilmember Burns seconds. Councilmember Reed points out I'm not entitled to request. Well, I can request that any motion be reduced to writing. Correct? So can you, or look, if you want to just explain it, can you explain it clearly, precisely what's being what's being proposed that's
Yeah.
different from what's in the packet?
Yes, I spoke with Council Cummings, so I think this is for introduction, will come back to us at the next meeting, but it would eliminate food trucks from the lakefront and allow for folks, we got a letter last meeting from Wandering Cafe, and Wandering Cafe isn't, they don't use generators, they're not a food truck, it's people with a bike, and they ride around, they bring their food, and they sell it to folks. And so this would allow those style of food vendors at the lakefront and at parks and not allow food trucks. So it would keep the ordinance, it would keep the law the same in regards to food trucks, but would allow other vendors to sell their food items, their non-merchandise items at the lakefront. So, you know, the palette person, the ice cream person with their push cart, or someone else.
So there's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this, which is, again, to be clear, there was not a rule suspension, so this is for introduction only. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing, Councilmember Burns?
I was just saying that you know, my concern was the environmental impact of trucks as you know, it was on consent agenda. As I moved to remove a truck route, I'm sensitive to the idea of trucks on the lakefront, especially if they need to operate their generators the entire time in order to provide the food. But I think push carts it's a good first step as we evaluate other options. And then also, you know, increased litter and trash along the lakefront is a big concern. And I was persuaded by some of the photos that I received from Councilmember Wynn's residents. So I'll support this because of that.
Councilmember Ravel is next, followed by Nusma and then Suffredin.
I haven't reread the memo lately, but I think we were talking about 3 food trucks before. So are we talking about 3 push cart food, whatever?
Yeah.
So it'd only be 3.
No. There are 3 folks with food truck licenses in the city of Evanston currently. I don't know the number off the top of my head of push cart. Oh, there's Director Ogbo, so he would know the answer to that. Push carts.
Good day, members of the City Council. Ike Ogbo, Director, Health and Human Services Department. To answer, Ike Ogbo, Director, Health and Human Services Department. To answer your question, Councilmember Reid, there are 3 active licensed food trucks in Evanston. We also categorize trucks as push carts. So there are indeed 2 food trucks that are licensed and 1 push cart, which is Wandering Cafe that you previously mentioned. So we only have 1 push cart and 2 food trucks licensed in Evanston.
And I thought that the memo was talking about if this ordinance passed, that we would be looking to have 3 food trucks.
Yes, so that would be 3 food trucks inclusive of a push cart. So like I said, we use that language interchangeably with the push carts. Right, okay. So they are indeed 2 active food trucks and just 1 push cart that are licensed.
Well, I appreciate the fact that this would address the big environmental impact of food trucks, but it still is, you know, working towards commercialization of the lakefront, and we still are likely to have a litter problem. So I am afraid I'm still opposed.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this amendment. In fact, I would like to work towards food trucks on the lakefront, but I was uncomfortable fast-tracking it and voting in favor of that tonight, because I think that needs some more discussion and community input. But I'm happy to support the amendment to allow just a push cart. as long as we can legally define push cart, and I'm not super comfortable, making up policy on the fly on the dais. So if this is just for introduction, I think there's enough time to perfect the language to give us something to vote on in 2 weeks.
Councilmember Suffredin, followed by Wynn.
Thank you. And I don't think this is so I apologize that you're the one standing there. And Erica, I don't think this is you either, but we do have, from the pictures we saw and from people's experience, problems with trash at the lake now. How do we fix that? I asked supportively and not but seriously, because it's not, if we're going to use that as an excuse to not do anything, that doesn't make sense. That we already have trash, so we can't ever have anything better because we have trash. So how do we fix our current trash problem? Is it a matter of sequencing, not predicting crowds correctly, staffing? What do we need to fix that problem?
I would say it's a challenge because weather dictates everything. We always staff the lakefront at a level that is for a really hot Saturday or Sunday. If we get a lot of people, we want to have enough trash pickup to make sure that there aren't issues. The biggest issue is really that people don't actually put the trash in the can. And then we have the trash blowing all over the park overnight and into the lake, which is very tragic. But what can we do about it? There's a couple of things. For next year's budget, we could contemplate having, trash monitors that are working all day, just roving, instead of having the trucks come and empty the trash cans. So there would be somebody actively there picking up the litter at all, during the peak periods of use. That may help. We could also just discuss with staff and the council when we get to budget other ideas that the Public Works Department may have that I'm not thinking up on the fly right here. But certainly there's a cost to that. But the level that we provide right now is increased from last year due to the concerns that were raised at this point in time last year. But certainly I would agree with you. It's not to the level of eradicating the problem as of yet.
And I would just submit, whether we land on carts or trucks eventually, that could be a revenue source that would help with this problem, which already exists. So it wouldn't be fair to say that if food trucks came, we would then have a garbage problem. We have a garbage problem now. And I also think if you had food service businesses, and I defer to your expertise in the health area on this, they would have an economic incentive for trash to not be everywhere near their places where they are. So I think as we look at this, and I understand some of the historic and present concerns about commercialization of the lakefront, but Wilmette has a catering business that operates at Gilson Beach. Wilmette charges for parking. Wilmette does not allow non-Wilmette residents to use their beach. There's a lot of things that other communities near us do that may or may not be things that we want to do, but they're not crazy ideas out of nowhere. And I think even though summer is rapidly going away, and after tonight, I feel like it's really dragging. So we may not get a full picture of what the potential is if we get something going now. But having useful information so that we can hit the ground running next beach season would be very useful. So, but I do want to make it clear that we presently have a trash problem without any food service on the lakefront. So it's unfair to throw that out there as a boogeyman and as a reason to not consider this. That's all I got.
Councilmember Wynn.
Yes, I do think I appreciate the thought about changing this, but I, like Councilmember Revelle, believe that this is a step towards commercializing the lakefront, and that we do need to have a thoughtful process about whether we do want to move forward in that direction. So I have to vote no on this as well.
So no one who is requesting to speak, no one who's not yet spoken is requesting to speak. So Councilmember Reed for a second time.
Yes. Council Cummings, as a point of information, can you provide clarity, or maybe even Ike, whoever, but there is, I was looking through the code, there's separate licenses for food trucks and for push carts.
So In the ordinance, there is what we classify as food peddlers and food trucks. The food peddlers will qualify as your push carts, those that are not quite motorized or commercialized, so to speak. And according to the policy that we've developed, there are 2 licenses that we issue to mobile food vendors and mobile food vehicles. So your mobile food vehicles are the big food trucks.
Right.
Then your mobile food vendors or your push carts. So it's segmented into 2.
And one pays like a $500 fee, and others like a $50 fee. So just for clarity, it will be it's already built into the code that we can very easily delineate between the food truck itself and the food peddlers, which I think we should come up with a less archaic name for that. Yeah. Yeah. Or no, like peddler, like the other kind of peddler. All right.
Thank you. Seeing no one else seeking to speak, would the clerk call the roll on the amended H2?
Councilmember Sufferman. Aye. Councilmember Ravel.
No.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and no voting opposed, the amended item H2 passes, and we'll be back in 2 weeks for action. That brings us to the end of our consent agenda, and therefore to call of the wards, beginning with Councilmember Sufferman.
Thank you, sir. Just everyone who's emailed about Parkway plannings, meetings tomorrow, let's all give our input. And Wednesday. Don't do it tomorrow. Go on Wednesday. Wednesday online is a meeting about Parkway plannings, and you have been heard. Thank you.
Councilmember Ravel.
Well, I appreciate Councilmember Sufferton's mentioning of that. Yes, the virtual meeting is Wednesday evening at 7 p.m., and that's the place to express your opinions.
Councilmember Reed.
No report.
Councilmember Fleming.
Sorry. So yoga was canceled this Sunday because of the rain. So we will reschedule that in the 9th Ward. But we are having, I'm sorry, I'm going to find the date. I'm sorry. On Sunday, bear with me. On Sunday, the 18th, this Sunday, at 5 p.m., we'll have another Jazz in the Park with our neighbor, Don Mixon, over at Ridgeville, the main Ridgeville on Ridge. And that will be from 5 to 6:30. And then we will try again for yoga in the park, which will be on Saturday at 9 a.m., also at Ridgeville Park. So join us. All those events are on the 9th Ward calendar. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly.
I'd like to thank all the residents who came out to speak at public comment today. I know that's a lot to take that time out of your day and to figure out what you have to say and to say it. So thank you for participating in the process. First Ward meeting this Thursday at 7 o'clock at the Noyes Cultural Arts Center. So I hope to see lots of First Ward residents this Thursday. Thank you.
Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you to everybody who came out to the 4th Ward meeting in office hours last week. We did a fun exercise with pennies, which will definitely inform my thinking as we move forward with considering how we're going to spend that ARPA windfall. Next Ward meeting coming up Tuesday, August 2nd, 7 p.m., Robert Crown Center, pending confirmation. No office hours in August since I will be on vacation that Saturday, but we're going to make up for that with neighbors around Maple and Maine. That's in the neighborhood of Albany Care. We are going to have a special meeting for those neighbors August 5th, which is a Thursday, at Robert Crown at 6:30 p.m.
Councilmember Burns.
Ward, there's a 5th Ward meeting this month on the 22nd. I'll send out a newsletter tomorrow about it. It'll be our first hybrid meeting will be at Gibbs Morrison at 7 p.m. And those who cannot attend in person will be able to do so virtually. So again, that's July 22nd, Gibbs Morrison, at 7 p.m. Also for Miss Esther, the Fifth Ward newsletter went out Thursday, June 24th, 2021. In it, I talked about a few topics for discussion: establishing a new TIF district in the Fifth Ward. Then there was a hyperlink that said read about the proposed 5/5 TIF. And then in it, it shows a picture of the map. It talks a little bit about what the goals are for the 5/5 TIF. And then it proceeds to answer maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 frequently asked questions regarding TIF. And then at the bottom, there are hyperlinks to our City of Evanston TIF website, as well as State of Illinois Tax Increment Allocation Redevelopment Act, Illinois Tax Increment Association, and TIF Illinois. So I just wanted to be clear on that. I did everything I said I was going to do. And then I had one more thing. Not sure how we're doing referrals now before we set it up, but I would like to make a referral. There is land on Simpson, pretty much in the Twiggs Park field area. Right now we have a red statue there in the Fifth Ward, close to Simpson and Dodge intersection, but in the field, it's a city-owned parcel. I've been in communication with Matt Ryan of Edible Acres, and we're really excited and want to move forward on creating an urban farm and garden there. Imagine people being able, cyclists, and we have many pedestrians that walk along the Twiggs Park path, could have a walk-up option to buy produce, and then of course we'll do something where we give it away as well. So just wanted to make a referral so we can start that conversation. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for in the interest of some technical updates, that's the first referral that's been made subsequent to the adoption of the rules, so officially it should be made in writing and sent to the clerk. I know that the city manager's been taking notes during it, so I'm sure you can have a correspondence between the two of you, but it's a brave new world. The referrals committee's first meeting is this Thursday morning at 9 o'clock, and that should be noticed, either late tonight or first thing tomorrow morning. It couldn't be noticed until we voted tonight on the consent agenda to formally create it. With that, seeing no further business to come before us, the July 12th meeting of the Evanston City Council stands adjourned.